quick. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to day 2 of our program, a seminar on digitalization and youth engagement in the electoral processes in the SADC region. I hope you all had a restful evening and are ready of another insightful day of discussions. Before we dive in today's session, I would like to take a moment to go a few housekeeping announcements. A gentle reminder for all participants to complete registration, which can be done outside of the conference room. If you have any queries, please do not hesitate to reach out to our support staff of the Electoral Commission Seychelles, and they may be easily identified by the T-shirts that features the ECS and the AGC logo. Interpretation for meeting proceedings is available. Kindly refer to Channel 1 for English, Channel 8 for French, Channel 3 for Portuguese. There is also Wi-Fi connection in the conference room, which may be found on your table, the code. Toilet facilities are located on the left as you exit the conference room. There will be group photo before the morning break. Kindly follow the guidance of the ushers to take you to the area where the photos will be taken. There will also be breaks at lunch and afternoon tea. Teas are served just outside the conference room, and lunch will be served at the main restaurant. Kindly note that there is also an official dinner to be held at Ocean Restaurant at Eden Island from 8 in the evening onwards. Lastly, an itinerary for the networking events tomorrow can be found in your meeting pack. I now welcome Mr. Danulika, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission Seychelles, for the opening remarks. Thank you.
Honorable chairpersons of the ECF SADC, commissioners and members of the various delegations, distinguished speakers and participants. The past members of the Seychelles Electoral Commission who are here present today, our cohort of electoral officers who are the people who make the elections a reality. They are here with us today. Honored guests, and I must make a special mention of our special guest today, the honorable members of the Seychelles National Youth Assembly who are with us today, and together with their speaker, the Honorable Stenio Arison, who is here with us today. And it is fitting that they are here, given the theme of our AGC and this seminar. I welcome you all to this seminar. Good morning to all and everyone. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you back to this second day of this conference, and to say a few words on today's seminar on youth and digitalization in electoral processes. Today's conversation is at the heart of the evolving challenges and opportunities that confront electoral democracies across the globe, and more specifically, the SADC region. As SADC electoral management bodies, we continue to recognize the profound ways in which digital technologies and youth engagement are reshaping our political and electoral landscapes. This has been amply demonstrated in the 5 elections which have taken place in the SADC region during the currency of this year. Now, the youth are increasingly turning to digital platforms to express their views, organize civic and other actions, and engage with decision makers. In parallel, the rapid adoption of technology in electoral processes is creating new opportunities for participation, accountability, and transparency. But they are also presenting risks that we must address with vigilance and foresight. In the SADC region, these dynamics have become particularly relevant. Our populations are young. In many of our respective countries, the youth makes up the majority of the population. So as we reflect on elections held across the SADC region in 2024, it is clear that youth participation and technological influences have started to contribute to a transformative role. Their aspirations, energy, and concerns reflect the futures of our democracies. But we must also acknowledge that traditional political structures often fail to engage this critical demographic effectively. As such, digital spaces are beginning to fill this gap, offering a means to youth to connect, educate, learn, advocate, and hold actors in this process or in these processes accountable. Alongside these opportunities lie significant challenges. Significantly, the persistent digital divide remains a barrier to participation, particularly when we speak of Africa and Southern Africa, in rural and underserved areas. Many young people, while empowered by technology, faces significant risks, especially in regards to the electoral context. And this includes misinformation, online harassment, disinformation, fake news, and breaches of privacy. Concerningly, this is compounded by the increased sophistication of these disinformation campaigns, intelligent data manipulations, and a lack of, in some instances, regulation, all of which have the potential to undermine public trust in democratic institutions and electoral processes. But we must also take into account the dangers of regulation or over-regulation of these processes. Accordingly, today's discussions, led by our distinguished panelists and experts, will address critical questions at the intersection of youth, technology, and electoral processes. There's hopefully hope to explore how digital technologies can enhance participation and inclusivity in elections while mitigating risks to privacy and security. Strategies for EMBs to counter misinformation and to ensure credible, transparent elections will be examined, all in acknowledging the need to narrow the digital divide that excludes a large segment of our populations. The role of youth in shaping the future of democracy will also be a key focus, emphasizing how their voices can be amplified, positively channeled, and their contributions recognized both online and offline. In the Seychelles context, we are doing our utmost to empower our youth. Today with us, we have the democratically elected members of our National Youth Assembly. Now, plans are underway with the collaboration of the Commission des Soins Indiens and the AFP to establish a regional national youth assembly, which will probably be based in the Seychelles. So these are all continuing efforts to try and empower our youth. Now, these issues which present challenges today will be enriched by expert insight on topics such as the emerging trends in youth participation in Southern Africa, the future of digitalization in elections, freedom of expression, and access to information, and the gendered impacts of AI, artificial intelligence, on electoral processes, amongst other aspects. We are fortunate today to have a distinguished lineup of speakers and panelists who will bring their diverse expertise and experiences and perspectives to this conversation. And as we move through these sessions, I encourage all of us to use this seminar as an opportunity to listen and engage with ideas on how to address the complex interplay of youth, technology, and the electoral processes, and to continue to recognize that digitalization, technology, and youth engagement are not mere trends. They are transformative forces that demand a proactive and inclusive response. I wish all participants an enriching and productive seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kindly note that there's also a change in the program, and I now have a pleasure to welcome Mr. Mosoto Moipia, the Vice Chairperson of the Electoral Commission Forum SADC Countries Executive Committee, for his remarks.
Program Director, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Seychelles, Mr. Danny Lucas, chairpersons and members of commissions present here, particularly the Electoral Commission of Seychelles and your staff, honorable judges, chairpersons, I repeat, CEOs, and senior officials from all of our electoral bodies. We have almost all of our member electoral commissions in this region. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Regional Director from International IDEA, Roba, I will come back. Tony Burnbury from IFAS, I'll come back to you. Meshongwe from UN Women. There are representatives from the African Union, SEMI, and others, and I want to particularly honor you as I do. We have many distinguished guests in this room, locally, regionally, and internationally. Those members of the media present with us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say good morning to you. Good morning. I'm really delighted to welcome you here this morning. I am not from Seychelles, but I feel at home because this institution we serve, the SADC ECF, is truly our own, and we can feel at home when we meet together. Wherever we go in our region, we feel at home. We trust every one of you is indeed feeling at home. This 26th Annual General Conference seminar on digitalization and youth engagement in electoral processes in the SADC region comes at a timely point in how far we have progressed. It is a theme that has been carefully selected and seeks to examine, on the one hand, electoral democracy challenges that we in this region are confronted with. But we have reason to believe that the world over has this as a challenge. On the other hand, this theme positions us to explore options for the role that we play in our jurisdictions as a region on our continent, but also in how we relate to the rest of the world. We have to take this seriously because we sit in a point in history where what we do or do not do will define successes and failures, and will open us to be held to account by many generations after us. The seminar holds promise to opening our eyes to key trends, emerging challenges, and opportunities presented by the growing wave of digitalization in electoral processes, and dealing with the challenge of conquering youth participation in the work that we do. I want to be very careful that I do not say, this is a problem. I think it must be clear that we need to understand how we engage, because engagement is what we seek. I've also learned that when you don't have words, find others that will speak for you and help you. Edward Everett Hale said, and I quote, "Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success." I close quote. I think that's what we are doing here today. We have indeed come, we have begun, and we can be encouraged that when we work together, there is a positive solution or solutions we can identify. That's what we seek. I say this because this is truly crucial. It is opportune, and the time is right for us to engage. I therefore take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the local participants and partners of the Electoral Commission of Seychelles for being with us here today. We are grateful to the people and the government of Seychelles for the evident support they are providing to our sister organization, the Electoral Commission of Seychelles. We are truly grateful. We have seen that support, and we go home knowing that the Electoral Commission of Seychelles is in good hands. My dear brother Denny, we appreciate that. We have taken notice of the continued cooperation of institutions in this country and their government and their peoples. I also wish to express appreciation for the efforts and support by International IDEA in committing to the implementation of collaboration strategies in line with our MOU with them, SADC ECF. I'm pleased to note that the networks between the ECF SADC and International IDEA continue to grow for better insofar as complementing the work we do and that which they do. It works well, Roba, and we appreciate that. We acknowledge you, and we look forward to engaging even more in the future. In this same spirit, I'm really delighted to welcome to our meeting not only International IDEA, and Roba, I'd like you to just stand for everyone to see you. International IDEA and your team. But Tony, I'd like you to rise and for us to welcome you and your team. Anthony Banbury from IFES. Semi and your team, I'd like you to rise from the African Union. Warm welcome. Meshong, I'd like you to rise from the UN Women and your team. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'd like to have the representative of Yaga Africa rise. I haven't met them. They're not here. They'll join online. Wonderful. The representative of SPEC, I'd like you to rise, and let's give you a warm welcome. Warm welcome. Well, yeah. Warm welcome to them. I'd like to warmly welcome the Seychelles National Youth Council. Would your representative stand? Wonderful. Last but not least, and I hope I do not omit, you see, this is the danger or the risk you run when you announce, people by name, but I do want to acknowledge you. Ekes, are you here this morning? Please rise. Yeah. Friends, colleagues, distinguished guests, these are resource persons and experts for our seminar today. Please permit me to appreciate that they and their organizations have taken this time to be with us. They have invested significantly, both in human and technical resources, to make this discussion worth our while. We are also privileged that this is an activity hosted by our member commission, the Electoral Commission of Seychelles, and they have done so ever so well. For that, we are grateful. Finally, I extend our gratitude to all the electoral commissions present here today and participating in this seminar. It is worth noting that we have member commissions that have just delivered national elections in their respective jurisdictions, and those include Mozambique, Botswana, Mauritius, Namibia, and the Republic of South Africa. Allow me to appreciate their presence here and accepting that they have just come out of the oven. They have been baked, and therefore they will engage with memory that is very, very fresh. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I trust you will enjoy this seminar just as you enjoy the company. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Mosepia. Now let's welcome Dr. Roba Sharamo, Director, Africa and West Asia, International IDEA, for his remarks.
Thank you, Program Director, Your Excellencies, the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Seychelles, Mr. Lucas, the Executive Committee Chairperson of the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC countries, Dr. Elsie, Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Museto, who has just spoken, Honorable Commissioners, judges, CEOs, and senior officials of the various electoral commissions present of the SADC region, representatives of the various partner institutions, organizations present here, representative of the African Union, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives us great pleasure to be here. Let me bring greetings from the Secretary General of International IDEA, Dr. Kevin Casazamoras, all the way from Sweden, who really cherishes this topic, particularly really the participation of the youth in politics. So receive greetings from the Secretary General, and also really the entire IDEA Board of Directors and Advisors, who, as we were just looking at the name here, IAG Africa, the chairperson of IAG Africa, who might be able to join us online, Samson is really one of the board of advisor member of International IDEA. Let me begin by really appreciating the topic that the ECF SADC have wisely chosen to really discuss, to bring the youth to the center of politics in Southern Africa. And I will say the reason why I actually say in terms of really bringing the youth to the center of politics in Africa, in the SADC region, it really also speaks to the quality of democracies that we continue to see. I want to really appreciate the young people that we see here. This is where the future is. If we are trying to look at where the next president and prime ministers and the senior officials of the Seychelles government will be coming from, I think this is the representation. And let's applaud the presence of these young men and women. Your Excellencies, today we are looking at digitalization and youth engagement in electoral processes. Permit me really again to really thank the ECF, SADC and its members, EMBs, for taking great strides that they have really made over the years in promoting democracy in Southern Africa. In international idea, we have 35 member states. Out of the 35 member states, 8 are from Africa, and out of the 8, 4 are from Southern Africa. And the one starting with South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, and Mauritius. And I think they are all represented here. And those are the countries which just came from very complex elections, and they did very well in those elections. I was saying that we are looking at the democratic backsliding across the world. Globally, we have been talking about for the last 2 years. But what gives us hope is the elections that have happened in Southern Africa. We have seen in South Africa the complex election that took place. We have seen the election in Botswana. We have seen the election in Mauritius. We have seen the elections and the outcome as well in Namibia. Namibia has given us another female elected African president. Let's applaud for that. I must, as international idea, we are also proud that the elections within our member states have been very credible, transparent, and respects the will and the wish of the people. We must applaud the leadership of the EMBs there for really standing and protecting the integrity of those elections. Globally, we have seen this decline in terms of the quality of democracies. We have also seen their threats to electoral integrity. But we must commend electoral commissions, wherever they are, whether it's here and even in Ghana, which is another member state, right, of international idea, Cape Verde, Benin, and Tunis. Different shades of democracies that we continue to see, but the resilience of electoral management bodies, I think, is what we must appreciate. But what makes institutions is not just the name. What makes institutions is the leadership, is the law and regulation that is there. So we really appreciate all the chairpersons and the leadership and the commissions of those countries which have really done excellently well. But we must continue to look at what can we do better as EMBs? What can we do better as networks of electoral management bodies? We must commend the networks and the resilience and the peer-to-peer standing together that we have continued to see in the SADC ECF as a network, as a forum, really bringing the minds together, having really the normative frameworks that they permeates across the region. We are seeing the same building up in ECONIC, the West African Electoral Commissions Network. But in Africa, we continue to face challenges in Central Africa, in Eastern Africa, in the Great Lakes, in the Sahel. Those are the areas where we need to also continue as partners. Here I'm talking to our partners as well, where we need to continue to deepen engagement, the partnership that we continue to have with our different member states and also institutions. Going back a little bit briefly to the theme of the youth, Africa hosts the world's youngest population. How we utilize the energies of our youth will continue to define the future of the continent. There are various ways the research have shown there's a trend, there's a decline in citizen trust in electoral processes. We need to see how do we continue to enhance political trust in institutions within the continent. We need to continue to look at how do we continue to promote democracy as a model of governance in Africa. Because there are people who say, what is the version of democracy that actually operates? I say, is there a different version of democracy that we practice in Africa and that is practiced in the West? We need to look at what are some of the narratives? What are some of the misgivings? What are some of the shades of democracy that then we need to continue to promote? We can't promote that without the youth, who we also say are actually the catalyst for a better democratic future in the continent. The rapid pace of digitalization, whether you look at artificial intelligence, where you look at social media, where you see how the youth engage with social media and technology, will continue to shape and transform the nature of our politics. In the rapidly changing field, issues about accountability, issues about cybersecurity, issues about governance of the AI and all the others, I think will continue to preoccupy our governments. Some governments may react and do internet shutdown, but we also have the evolution of the Starlink now, right? The Starlink will also bring another evolution on how the internet space may not be easily controlled in a specific geographical area. The intersection of technology and democracy, I think, presents really excellent opportunities and significant challenges at the same time. It transforms the different ways of life in how we do things. It transforms electoral processes, but it also brings influence on how elections are conducted, results are transmitted, but at the same time, how electoral campaigns are being done. We have seen fake news that's emerging. We have seen influence of money in politics that continue to shape how some of our electoral processes are handled. So I think it's also the fake news that continues to permeate, misinformation and disinformation continues to be there. So, Your Excellencies, as the youth are navigating a very complex context in which democracies are increasingly under threat from various factors that I've also spoken about: proliferation of populism, eroded trust in political institutions, and the youth presents the future in how we continue to manage this. I come from a country, Kenya, where Gen Z movement have, over the last 2-3 months or 4 months ago, have brought quite some change in how things are looked at, challenging governments in doing things. So the Gen Z wave itself continues to shape how electoral processes might unfold, but also giving voice to the youth and agency to stand out. As international idea, to really put a little bit of things into perspective, we actively support youth and digitalization in the electoral process across Africa. We continue to really aim at enhancing democratic institutions and promote electoral systems that are also inclusive in terms of bringing women and youth in the center of governance. So we continue to embrace that. We'll not be able to do that without really looking at the role of technology that continues to play a very important work. I want to draw your attention to a policy paper that IDEA has just produced on supporting EMBs and other relevant parties in developing a broad understanding of opportunities, challenges, and legal implications on the use of AI for elections. I'm sure the link should be available on our website to really look at that. And we continue to, as IDEA, look at the aspects around digitalization and technology, a little bit going deeper as another new work stream for us to be able to understand this terrain a little bit better. We continue to also partner last year, and I think we'll also do early next year, with Shikamo and organize a conference in Cape Town that focus on how EMBs and political parties can ensure regulatory frameworks to adapt to the changing trends. I think that's really important for us to continue to deepen engagement, because we need the AI for better citizen participation and also really accountability and transparency. We appreciate, in conclusion, really our partnership with the EMB networks and the ECF SADC, and I want to really congratulate you to continue to bring the youth to the center of governance, to the center of electoral processes, as you have done, and really to champion the knowledge and generation of knowledge in this very, very complex area. I want to also thank our partners we will continue to work with in different ways, and looking at the very rich program that different panelists will be speaking about today, we will be able to come up with recommendations that will help us understand the aspects around youth and digitalization and really inform policy reforms and also review of certain declarations, regulations in our different member states. I want to thank, of course, our partners, but I want to conclude with a small proverb in Africa. I'm trying to learn from Chairman Mosoto. You see, when the bush is on fire, the chameleon must change the walking styles of its ancestors. When the bush is on fire, the chameleon must learn to change the walking styles of its ancestors. We can interpret this in different ways. The digital revolution is there. How do we adapt to that as EMBs, as political parties, as electoral stakeholders, and as partners as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharamo. We are running a bit late on time. Therefore, there'll be a slight change in the program. We will now proceed with the morning tea break and group photo, and we will take up on panel 1 after the break. In terms of, for the photo, chairpersons, if you don't mind, please exit through the door on the right here and follow the ushers towards the area for the group photo. All of other participants follow through the main exit. And my apologies for not introducing myself earlier today. I am Floribel Strong, and I am the Senior Legal Officer of the Electoral Commission Seychelles, and I am your Program Director for this seminar. Thank you. of our seminar lead facilitator, help me welcome Vera Maureen to lead the panel discussions. Thank you.
Standing on existing protocol, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back from the coffee break. My name is Vera Maureen. I am the program officer for elections. I work at International IDEA, and I will be your facilitator for the day. This means that you will be seeing me more often and you will be hearing me speak. I hope I don't get bored. A quick rundown of what we have to do today. We have 4 sessions, which will take us until 5:30 or thereabout. We'll have the opportunity to explore and learn from our experts on the field. They will be sharing with us their research, lessons learned, and experience so far in the theme that we are celebrating this year. I will therefore use this opportunity to invite the first panel for this day. And I'll be inviting Matt Belly and Samuel Atobi. You would see on our program we have a slight changes. One of our resource person is not here with us, so we are looking at possibility of having him virtual. So we will have the swap and we'll keep informing you as it goes through. Thank you so much. And for the rule of this, we will give our panelists a few minutes, a maximum 10 minutes for each of them. We will hear them talk. Thereafter, we'll give the opportunity to the floor for interaction, questions, and comment that speaks to it. I will call on them to be precise. Try as much as you can to stick to your topic and also to respect time. And for the questions that will come from the floor, please, can you redirect it? If you're giving it, asking your question to specific speakers, can you redirect it to them so that we gain more time and see how we go through this? We have Matt Belly here from IFES. He's the media expert for IFES, and he will be talking to us about digitalization and the electoral processes. What future is there? And we would want to hear from you about the transformative impact of digital technologies on the electoral process, and also more about the growing role of AI in elections and how does this enhance the electoral integrity. And as we all know, we have heard all the speakers talk about the challenges and the risk. So we will want to hear from you. Thank you so much. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And forgive me, do we have the deck? I've sent it quite late. No, do we have the deck or no? No, okay, no problem. So first of all, I want to say what an honor it is for myself and for IFES to be able to join you today. I will stand on existing protocol, but I do want to thank our hosts, of course, with the Election Commission of Seychelles and, of course, ECF SADC, and all of our friends, my friends, old and new, in the room. It is truly an honor, and the invitation earlier today was to feel at home in Seychelles. I'm very far from home myself, but my family are likewise from an island, and I was even saying yesterday as we drove around this beautiful country how at home I suddenly felt. So it's a true pleasure in addition to an honor. My name is Matt Bailey. I serve IFAS as our Senior Global Advisor for Digital Democracy, meaning that I work on issues ranging from cybersecurity to information integrity, AI, all sorts of other fun things relating to the internet and democracy. I have sort of a series of provocations since I'm so early on the agenda today. We, of course, all as an election community recognize the importance of technology, of the internet, of social media, and the creative and constantly changing ways that young people and voters in general are interacting with them and using them as mediums of exchange to understand how their democracy is functioning, what the issues of the day are, and how they'd like to shape the future together. Today, this year, the year of elections, many of us expected this year to be simultaneously the year that AI erupted onto the scene and that we would see deepfake videos, deepfake audio, text, and so forth that would massively disrupt the continuity of democratic processes across the world and certainly in Africa. And very broadly, of course, we'll hear more about this later, particularly with regards to gendered impacts, but very generally, this moment of AI disrupting democracy hasn't come to pass. We've seen certain provocative examples, but largely what we've seen is the use of AI for interesting political campaigning, for sometimes hilarious memes that are political interventions or even just sort of moments of dissent, and just for a lot of things that people were already creating on the internet, whether it's memes or videos or posts, but simply using AI as the tool instead of using Photoshop or a meme generator. However, heading into 2025 and beyond, I think that we're in a moment of extreme and accelerating transformation for the internet as a whole. So I will be very brief and respectful of the time because this is a space for discussion and I'm eager to hear from you and learn from you as much as I want to share a few things that we've seen. But what we're seeing is globally, first of all, what we sometimes call the legacy social media platforms, most predominantly those that are owned by Meta, so Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, as well as X, Twitter, which is, of course, underutilized by numbers, but overly impactful by political impact for many countries, and even Telegram and so forth. Many of these platforms have taken sort of a large step back on transparency, meaning while quarterly transparency reports, consultations, and so forth are still continuing, many of these companies have made it, for practical purposes, much, much more difficult for journalists, civil society, and for the elections community, amongst others, to accurately and empirically understand what's happening on the platforms. So what this means is, I keep saying in various meetings, in various fora like this one, that increasingly as we do see change, we're in the position of operating on the basis of anecdote rather than fact. It's very, very difficult for us to understand what actually is changing and how much it's changing. So even what I just said regarding AI, it seems true based off of a number of discussions, but we don't have good numbers. Same thing for foreign malign interference, for tech-facilitated gender-based violence online, so on and so forth. At the same time, in many regions, and I think soon in Southern Africa, we're seeing the emergence of a variety of new platforms. These would include Twitter X replacements, such as Threads, which is integrated in some regions and countries with Instagram. Another one called Blue Sky, which looks just like Twitter, but operates slightly differently, which is growing by tens of millions of users every week and is quickly overtaking it in political discourse in some countries. The emergence of what are called federated protocols, which allow the integration of these platforms in ways that we haven't seen. So you can post on one platform and it appears on many. and the integration of those platforms with very large web platforms like WordPress. That's a third of the internet, integrating with social media directly. So it's a complicated and strange new world. I won't dive directly into that technology in my comments, but just to note that there is quietly massive transformation in the digital environment that's coming for us, if not in 2025, perhaps in 2026. And when it comes, it will come exponentially, very, very quickly. And this is something the election community is not well prepared for because we have, in general, a lack of technology expertise that we can turn to, and because we're strapped for finances, we're strapped for that sort of technical support. The other way that we are seeing significant transformation is that we're seeing that governments, and this is not only autocratic or anti-democratic governments, but governments around the world are becoming more and more sophisticated, not only in their disinformation or their propaganda playbooks, but in how they are choosing to throttle or remove access to the internet. What we see, this is globally, but certainly in Southern Africa, is that there's not only a regularization, a routinization of turning off the internet wholesale for whole countries for periods of time, but throttling, meaning slowing down the internet for whole countries or for specific populations or geographies in order to shape the civil discourse. There's an amazing scholar in Germany, last name Goetz, who studies political violence, but what she's looked at is how these sophisticated techniques are being used during moments of political crisis. This would include good crises like elections, within sophisticated technologies to turn off the internet or limit access specifically at the moment where it politically matters most, and then turn it back on again before there can be political pressure from the international community. So what we're seeing here is that you sort of have these two forces, first of increasingly sophisticated censorship by states at the telecommunications level, and then two, this disruption and obscurity in the social media layer where people are actually interacting with content, are creating a perfect storm for us as we head into the next few years of elections, where we first don't know what platforms users, especially young users who are often the early adopters of these new platforms, may be preferring to use. Second, we don't have data from those platforms or the older ones about what's actually happening. And third, we are facing increasingly from our governments the regularization of internet censorship through full-scale internet shutdowns, through throttling, or through what sometimes is billed as content moderation directed at the platforms themselves. So it's an immensely difficult situation that we're coming into. I will end by saying that why this matters in the context of today's discussions is that the young people, we often spend a lot of time rehearsing that we need to figure out how to reach the young people. The young people are already there. They're already talking about politics. They're talking about what matters to them. So with these forces at play, these censorious forces, these forces of sort of surveillance and obscurity that are being brought to bear, our job as an elections community is not only voter education and online safety, but to clear the space for the young people to have the discussions in the way that they need to. And so these issues, like internet shutdowns, are increasingly directly core to our mission, and I think something that we need to articulate into our practice of digital democracy within the election community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. We will want to hear from Sam briefly on the role of youth in the future of electoral processes. So Sam, is there a link with the recent wave of digitalization? We also want you to shed light on the challenges of clicktivism, and also talk to us about how the tool, digital tools and social media are transforming political engagement amongst young people. And we also, if there are other engagement or initiatives by the AU towards this, we want you to throw more light on it. Thank you so much, Sam.
Well, thank you very much. I think you've asked these questions to answer in 10 minutes, but I'll try. Let me begin from the fact that the African Union is very cognizant of digitalization in the electoral process, and also generally on artificial intelligence and the impact on not only electoral processes but also on development. So in July 2024, the Executive Council approved African Union strategy on artificial intelligence, and I will encourage a number of you to look at it. It is on the AU website. And when it comes to how I see the digital platform transforming political engagement by the youth, I mean, going around the continent, we've seen the extent to which the youth has been given what I call their natural environment to engage. What it means is that they are the ones that are quite often on social media and others, and therefore are more eager to engage on social media platform than most adults. Having said that, we also observe the fact that digitalization is like globalization, for those of you who remember that whilst it embraces a number of people, it leaves out others. So what it means is that you have increasingly affluent youth and youth within the urban areas being able to take advantage of digital processes to be able to engage, to be able to mobilize. But you also have a huge majority of youth in rural settings and within certain income brackets that are not able to engage, which then calls for the need to look at how the EMBs, engage electoral stakeholders using digital platforms. Because if you are not careful, what it means is that you increasingly will leave out a huge segment of the youth because of the assumption then that most of the youth are online. But if you look at the data, there are a lot of youth who do not have access to online media or online information. So we need to also look at that. Then also, I want to throw in the fact that we need to reconceptualize the question of youth to allow more people to participate. By this, I mean the fact that the African Union, my organization, says youth is between 18 and 35. It does two things. One is that it says, okay, wait for your turn when you are above 35. On the second side, it serves as an affirmative action to be able to embrace a lot more people. But looking forward, some of us are of the view that, I mean, the campaigns by Jaga Africa, and I think Samson will speak later, is to say, let's widen the terrain for the youth to participate. If I'm old enough to vote, if an 18-year-old has one vote, and a 60-year-old has one vote, then what it means is that the same category of people should be able to access political offices. However, what we see, and I think the electoral commissions can give us data, for most of you, your electoral laws require that somebody should be 21 years before they seek parliamentary seats. For presidential, 40 and above, and others. But I go with Jaga Africa to say, not too young to run. And I think that terrain should be opened to allow more people to be able to participate in the electoral process. So I came out with, there was a question on innovative strategies that I want to address quickly that I think will help. So the first one, as I just mentioned, is the need to limit elective positions to 18 years. Once I'm okay to vote, I should be okay to run for political office. If you look at the data on the Parliamentary Union website, I think it's only South Africa that recently got the youngest person, I think about 20 years, to go to Parliament. And so this can improve if we allow the age of standing for political offices to be lowered. And then also what I also mentioned is the need to rethink youth, that youth should be more of organic process rather than a legal process. What it means is that once someone is capable, they should be given the opportunity rather than saying we need to limit it to a certain age. The third point is about expanding digital platform to include rural youth and then young females, because it's very important to look at that from that perspective, that what do we do with places where even access to electricity is important. So in your programming, you need then to begin to say that reaching the youth goes beyond putting information on the digital platform. The next one also is the need to strengthen political education among the youth. Going around the continent in our election observation process, whilst you see a lot of youth in the voting places, voting or serving as electoral officers, when it comes to the details of political rights and others, some of them do not master them. And I think also number 5, that the EMBs can help us with mentorship and attachment opportunities for the youth to enable them sharpen their political education. The chairperson of Seychelles mentioned youth assemblies, which I find very fascinating, that we should encourage this both at the local, provincial, and then the national level. And again, there is something that South Africa did this year and last year, was about allowing the youth to online registration, which most EMBs do not engage in. And we believe at the African Union that if most EMBs would go forward to provide opportunity for online registration, a lot of our young people would be able to do so and participate in our processes. Thank you for now.
Thank you so much, Sam, for sticking to the time. So I will now give the floor. If you have any questions, we have 4 microphones, and you can just indicate with a show of your hand, and we will start with the first set of questions. So, yes, sir.
Bom dia.
Just a minute.
Bom dia,
please.
vou falar em português.
Just a minute, sir. Let us
Okay.
get the headsets ready.
Exatamente. O mundo também fala português. Pois. Sim. São duas questões e um breve comentário. O comentário é um conselho para os dois oradores. Uma vez que estamos aqui na presença de muitos jovens, sinto que estamos a falar muito em tese, em teoria, e isso não ajuda, não facilita na compreensão deles. Tanto quanto possível, se pudessem dar exemplos concretos, de histórias factuais, não é? São recursos de linguagem que ajudam muito na compreensão desses fenómenos. Tanto quanto possível, se pudessem contar histórias sobre a utilização dessa desinformação na digitalização, de fake news, de deepfake, de teorias de conspiração, de manipulação de narrativas, de discurso de ódio que circulam com facilidade nas plataformas digitais, e porque é a juventude a primeira a consumir esses conteúdos, e normalmente as consequências são desastrosas, distorcendo a visão deles do processo eleitoral e também compromete a qualidade do debate democrático. A primeira questão é para o Dr. Mate. Quais as implicações concretas da desinformação nas redes sociais para a democracia na SADC e como é que os governos podem combater essas ameaças sem limitar as liberdades civis? A segunda questão, para o outro orador, tem a ver com a questão das alternativas estratégicas para o combate à desinformação. Educação e literacia mediática ou digital. Quero que deem exemplos de investimento, por exemplo, na educação dos eleitores jovens para aprenderem a identificar e a reagir à desinformação e à manipulação das redes sociais, que pode ser uma estratégia importante. E isso inclui o sentido crítico na observação das fontes e o uso responsável das plataformas digitais por parte desses jovens eleitores. Muito obrigado pela atenção.
Thank you so much. Do we have another comment, another question? Okay. Maybe we move to Matt to answer this.
Yes, thank you. First of all, Michael. It wouldn't be a good technology panel without technology problems. Thank you very much for these thoughtful questions and interventions. I'm not sure that I can do them full justice, but I can say a few things. The first is, I think, the reason that I spoke so much about the changes of the internet rather than the changes of youth and how they're using the internet is because my experience globally, but also in Africa more broadly, is that whenever we old people, the people with the power, try to target our interventions to specific platforms, to specific ways of using them, we're already 10 years behind, 20 years behind how people are using, how young people and often older people are using them today. The time to develop a curriculum for how to intervene on disinformation tactics on WhatsApp or on Instagram is longer than the time for the evolution of the disinformation campaigns and even more rapid changes in the culture of the internet. And so, first of all, we know that media literacy is a long-term generational strategy, social media literacy. But these tools are incredibly important for us to continue to invest in and advocate for. And specifically, the curricula cannot be limited to one platform or one way of using the internet, but rather, and I think this was your point, to ways of recognizing potentially problematic or inaccurate content, ways of finding secondary sources, and better yet, sociologies, graphs of people who can trust one another and can source trustworthy information. This is the crisis we're in today, partially because of the failure of news sites, the failure of traditional knowledge pathways, but partly because we've allowed the internet to exist for 30 years without allowing social media and internet literacy to accelerate at the same pace. So this is pessimistic news that I'm sharing, or a pessimistic response that I'm sharing, because we can't catch up tomorrow. We can catch up in 5 years, maybe. We can catch up in 10 years, but we have to start today. The second thing is to, again, I don't mean to draw away from our discussion of young people on the internet, but today, because of this retreat from transparency, and because, frankly, of a lot of the resources for transparency being drawn away by regulatory efforts in the EU, we also have, we're driving in the dark, we're driving a vehicle in the dark with no headlights on, or we're driving in the fog. We have no idea what's happening, particularly the new disinformation strategies or the new trends in hate and polarization that are happening. We're operating on the basis of photographs we took of it 5 years ago. So it's a very alarming situation, but the strategy is almost cultural rather than technological. The final thing I would say is that I think that we've seen very good success working with, I think you made this point, Sam, working with young leaders to be voices and advocates within their communities rather than centralized, authoritative education campaigns that no one accesses, no one is persuaded by, and which consume a great deal of time and resources. So youth ambassadors, youth influencers, and youth networks are probably the most immediate intervention that I could recommend, as well as advocacy to the platforms. Thank you.
Let me add quickly to what he has said. The fear of the internet, AI, and all those things takes us back to the time of radio and television. In most of our countries, it took so long for our states to begin to even give licenses to radio stations and TV stations, especially private, to operate because of fear of what it could do. And we still have a number of African countries where radio and television are still the preserve of the state. And when we do deploy observers, I think one of the things we look at is that how many radio stations are there in the country, how many TV stations are there in the country. And I think I see the same reaction to artificial intelligence and other digitalization. But the earlier we embrace it, the more we embrace it, the more we are able to deal with their negative impacts rather than, trying to move away from it. So for me, I think, as he said, it's not something that you can deal with. It's out of your control. So you embrace it and see how to have the positive of it and see how you can also deal with the negative aspects of it.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam. Do we have any other comments or question, a follow-up question? Okay, so let's start from here. Thank you. Can I just plead, when asking the question, you introduce yourself?
Thank you. My name is Commissioner Chihenuna from Namibia. Mine is actually a comment. Well, for me, participatory democracy and citizen engagement issues that are very close to my heart. Now, I think what I want to comment on what Mr. Itondo said. I think he said something very, very, very important in saying that the fact that urban and affluent youth are active on social media does not necessarily mean that the majority of the youth are active on social media. Because in a typical African setting, the majority of the youth either live in rural areas, or if they live in towns, they are mainly in informal settlements. And therefore, they are not likely to be active on social media. I think for me that's very, very important. And I want to link that up with a question that I wanted to ask yesterday after the presentation of the strategic plan, and I engaged the consultant during tea break who did the strategic plan. My argument was, or is, he was talking about the cross-cutting issues involving the youth, gender, people with disability, and so on. And my argument is that given the high levels of illiteracy in Africa, given the language in most of our countries, the official language is either English, French, etc. And the majority of our citizens are not at home in those European languages. How can we do to empower our citizens, including the youth, uneducated youth, to help them, to empower them to own these electoral processes? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have another hand. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Irfan Rahman from Mauritius. Just an observation and probably to get some views from a panelist. Those of us who have observed or followed the elections in Mauritius, last election in Mauritius, will recall that the then government had the internet suspension for about 36 hours in Mauritius. And then the rest of it was history. The results spoke for themselves, and there was a terrible backlash. And in your views, would you tell us whether you think that there was a profound attachment by the youth, and not only by the youth, even by the citizenry at large, to the internet, that has evolved over the years to almost a constitutional right to the internet facilities? What are your views on that, please? Thank you.
Do we have any other question, or we go with, okay, yes. Right here in front. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ian from SNYC. One of my questions I wanted to ask is, with AI, AI comes with a massive cost of processing, which consumes a lot of energy. And with this, it comes with the risk of damaging like our natural environment, and especially us Seychelles, where we are a small archipelago of islands, which can be majorly impacted from the use of the excess carbon emission. Like, what views as this forum would see to try to limit the cost of these of the environmental impacts with the push of AI? Thank you.
Okay. You want to go first? Okay, thank you.
So the question on what do we do in terms of providing or expanding access for the youth in terms of the category of youth, rural and others. If you again check on Afrobarometer, you still see that the most used medium of communication or information sharing in most African see the internet and all the digitalization as complementary tool to the existing medium of expression and not as an exclusion of it. So radio still remains very important. There are community radios in most countries. What it means also is that in countries where governments still hold sway or have monopoly over radio and television, requires liberalization to make sure that communities are able to have their own radio stations to share information. It means electoral commissions must also look at it broadly in detail to see how community radios become important sources of sharing information. And then on internet becoming a constitutional right, well, I would say we're not yet there. I mean, if you take maybe in Mauritius, in smaller countries, this is possible. But if you look at even internet penetration across the continent, if you look at even electricity, access to electricity across the continent, you'll see then that it's limited quite often to urban areas. If I go to the farms in Ghana, I wouldn't be able to access my internet or anywhere. There are so many people there, I wouldn't be able to even sometimes make calls. There's so many Africans in this kind of category. So yes, it's interesting that internet is available and we use it. But what I have seen from last 2-3 years is that the tendency to shut down the internet during elections has gone down considerably. We used to have situations where internet will be shut down before the election day, and observers and most people will not even be able to communicate, and we've seen considerable improvement. So we hope that governments will continue to respect the right of people to access internet. If you're not shutting down radio, if you are not shutting down television, you should not shut down internet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I find myself, again, always agreeing with Sam. These are all very thoughtful questions, and I won't be able to do any of them justice. To the first point, of course, this is a question for any given country or region. How much does the internet matter? There's a very, in my opinion, offensive discussion in the international technology sector about the next billion internet users, or the next billion connected users who will have mobile phones. The reason this is offensive is, there's many reasons, but the number one reason directly matches the point of the comment that was made, which is that people access information in different ways, and the internet matters in different communities in different ways. And so when you get into a game of thinking about how many Facebook users are there in this country or in that country, how many internet users who have their own laptop or their own computer in their home versus in a community center in their village versus somewhere that they can get to within a day, these are equally important to recognize that people have immediate access versus intermediary access or inconvenient access. This very directly impacts persons with disabilities, for example. the point that I'm leading to is that even when we talk about community radio, and for what it's worth, I completely agree with the point about liberalization of radio licenses and these issues. The question also is, for the people who are running the radio stations, where are they getting their information? And where are those sources getting their information? And very often what you find in many countries is that there are elite and more wealthy and more politically connected people in the capital who absolutely have internet access and are often not only on Facebook, but are specifically on Twitter, or they're in influential WhatsApp groups. And so this information that's happening on the internet spreads by first and second degree via these primary knowledge pathways. I'm not prescribing a solution, but merely complexifying or adding complexity to our picture of where the internet matters and how we need to anticipate the change being driven. The other quick point I would make about this is that in many countries around the world where there's large infrastructure investment happening, this could be by the national government or it could be by international players, whether those are NGOs and sort of neutral human rights driven investments, or whether they're commercially driven investments. There often can be situations where that pathway, sometimes that communities have been used to for decades or longer, and where elders in the community are primary sources of the information or arbiters of the information, overnight, 3G or 4G arrives and the youth have direct access to the entirety of the internet, and the knowledge pathway changes fundamentally overnight. This can be good and it can be bad depending on who you are and the culture and the environment that you're in, but it's a fundamental shift that we're seeing hit many, many communities at different paces. So it's just a complex situation, and I think it's one, this is echoing Sam again, that we have to be incredibly attuned to in the elections community, not because it's our job to be media regulators or cultural arbiters, but because on a 3 or a 4 or a 10-year time frame, this can fundamentally change the election environment, the election information environment. So having a political economy analysis of how things may shift in your country, in your communities, is incredibly important. I'll be more brief on the other points. One, regarding internet as a constitutional right, I think many countries are coming to this. There's also in the international community, not as a formal matter, but as a generally accepted matter in some interest areas, that internet connectivity resembles a human right because it's so connected to access to other aspects of human rights in many countries. So it's very important, and I think that while we see less sort of routine shutdowns immediately before elections, what we're seeing is much more politically calculated shutdowns, targeted shutdowns, or throttling or restriction of access, as in Mauritius, to specific social media sites. So it's a situation that's growing more complex and one that demands our attention. And then finally, I very much appreciated the question regarding the environmental impact of AI. This is not to be underestimated. And I would add to this labor and human rights abuses that are occurring in some cases in the training and the moderation of AI. We've seen in Kenya in particular, grossly underpaid workers who have moved from sort of content moderation for some of the social media platforms to doing terrible grinding work for very, very small salaries, training the AI algorithms that are being used and being immensely profited off of by American and European and global technology companies. So I won't go more deeply into that, but this is to say this is not a neutral technology, and I think there's exploitation and impacts that are far disproportionate on parts of Africa relative to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam and Matt. Yes, the chair of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, moderator. I have some comments to share which have a bearing on both presentations. I'll first speak to the issue of the rural-urban divide and how voter education initiatives can be tailored to suit both, and then I'll speak to youth participation. And I'll use what we do in my country, Zimbabwe, as an example. So just to give perspective, out of a voter's roll of 6.5 million voters, 60% of that voters' roll are people in the rural areas. And of that 60% in the rural areas, the youth constitutes something between 40 to 45%. So what we do in the rural areas is we use the local chiefs. We have 10 provinces, 63 districts, and we train what we call peer educators. So in each community, a group of leading women, a group of leading men, we train them on voter education, provide voter education materials, and what they do is they move from village to village, from well to well, and they speak to voter education, the right to vote, the secrecy of the vote, and that sort of thing. And what has also happened in my country is that in each of the 10 provinces, there's been licensed a community radio. So what we do, we develop voter education material in English. Then in all the districts, we ask the district elections officers to translate the voter education material into the local language. So you find the community radio in Victoria Falls will translate the English voter education material into languages such as Nambia. You go to Blawayo, they'll translate it into English, and they'll attend once a month each community radio and have a 30-minute session which is reserved for the Electoral Commission to actually disseminate information on voting at the community radio using local languages. With regards to youth participation, again, there's recognition that different initiatives that work for the urban youth will not work for the rural youth for reasons which have already been alluded to by both speakers. And also for the urban youth, there are disadvantaged youth who cannot afford data, and then there are, of course, youth that are on social media, as has already been alluded to. What Zimbabwe has done, I wanted to comment on what my in-law said about youth participation, that the legal age of majority is 18 years, but you find that most electoral laws only allow a person to stand for office at 21. What Zimbabwe introduced in 2023 was what we call a youth quota, where on a proportional representation basis, each political party submits a party list with youth under 35. And they do that on a zebra basis, starting with a girl, then a boy. And on a proportional representation basis, one youth quota youth has been allowed into parliament in 2023. And we think that's a good start, a way of including people under 35. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that rich experience. Do we have any other contribution? Okay. Now, we have 3, and I think if you permit me, this will be our last set. And if you would also be precise, that we would appreciate that. So let's start from there, and then we'll come to you, Vera, then we'll come here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has there been any research to make any assessment of the correlation between use of social media in the context of elections and unemployment and what commercial gains that may come from the use of social media? If, for instance, the more you use social media and the more likes you get, is there some capital in that exchange? Is there, certainly there'll be social capital, but is there a commercial gain from that?
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm Vera Banda from Malawi, Electoral Commission. I just want to ask in terms of misinformation, and I'm guessing this question is going to be directed to you, Matt, that we know about AI and how in public data sets, I know you mentioned briefly about what's going on in Kenya in terms of exploitation to make sure that the AI feeds out relevant and vital information. how far right information? How are we making sure that all the information that we're feeding in constantly on our websites, we all have different websites for different countries representing the Commission, is taken directly into the open AI companies and other AI companies and being fed in the right way? Thank you.
Yes, we have one last question from here, intervention from this.
Right. Good morning to you all. My name is Tariq Lespoir. I'm from the SNYA. And I just have a few comments and one last question. Okay, so like you have mentioned, the internet being slowed down. So don't you think like the government has control over the internet service providers, like telling them at a certain times, like to just shut down the internet? Because I have witnessed at several times. I get a late night sleep. So when it's the clock strikes exactly at midnight, the internet is just like it just goes down. It stops working. Anything, social media, the whole. You can just be trying to browse or whatever, and nothing seems to be working. So, don't you think youths should be able to have their own internet service providers, or like somehow a certain package like offered to them? And also, it was mentioned online registration for voting. A fellow youth like myself, I'm 17, and like they said, the legal age for voting in our country is 18 years old. I would feel like much appreciated if like youth myself at 17 could like be able to put our be registered early for voting, because we can't just wait. Like we went to school our whole lives. We can't just be the clock strikes at 18. You just have to you have to go out, vote for certain political parties, because we really don't know much about the political ways, like the things happening in our country, our society. And the final question: how can we make sure that these AI tools aren't being biased, like they all being favored in a certain political parties' ways, which are urging other people to vote in their favor? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will do this by just, I would ask you, Matt and Sam, just to say a word that addresses the questions. Not really going into details because we have already gone into the next presentation. Yeah, we can continue this conversation over lunch and over coffee break. Thank you.
So I would say that contexts matter a lot. Countries should look at their own situation. You can learn from others, but it might not necessarily fit in your context. So context master, whatever you're doing, digitalization, AI, whatever you call it, look at your context and bring all stakeholders on board. Thank you.
Well, Sam was brief, and now I have to be brief too. So big questions were raised, I think, regarding AI. So I just wanted to take a couple of moments on those. The first is, Vera, to your questions, this issue of making sure that these large tools like that OpenAI or Google are provide factual information about elections, basic things. When is the poll open? How do I register? What are my rights? Am I eligible to vote? These sorts of questions. We, as IFAS, we partner directly with all of the major companies that you would think about and talk with them about these issues. Because they've been, whether you're Meta or Google, they've been concerned with ensuring that their search engines, that their platforms provide factual answers to these questions for some time. As they adopt AI, they at least are talking about that exact question that you raised. So we're in dialogue with them. But also specifically, we are bringing together cohorts or groups like this one of elections management bodies in different regions to talk about these issues directly with the technology companies. And so I would very much welcome talking with any of you throughout this event, or we can follow up after this event if you're interested in your EMB directly engaging with the companies and ensuring, particularly if you have an upcoming election, that your factual information is available to the companies and that they're directly surfacing them and that you have a chance to audit that that's the case. So it's a very active discussion, and it's one where you can have high impact. It's unlike media literacy, where it's a 10-year strategy. This is something you can have impact on today. And then the final point that I'll make is with regards to this question that was raised about political neutrality of the algorithms. This as well is something where the technology companies ironically need our help. They very much do not understand whether it's Seychelles or South Africa or Malawi. They don't often have significant investment in understanding the cultural and political landscape, maybe in South Africa. And so while they're pouring great amounts of money into ensuring that in the American elections that just passed, that their AI doesn't say anything that will get them in political trouble, or alternatively, that they're providing politically neutral, factual information, this is less the case in smaller and less politically powerful democracies. So again, it's not that no one cares at the companies, but they need advocates like ourselves who are neutral politically, whose job it is to be neutral, and they need to know where they're messing up. They need to know where there's an issue or where there's issues of surprising political sensitivity so that they can train their AI, or they can put hard rules that say, you don't answer this question. This is designed to get your AI to say something offensive or misleading. So same answer to both questions. The technology companies are listening, even if they're not always investing as proportionately as they should. And IFAS is happy to help you make those connections directly or mediate those discussions if it's useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we've come to the end of this session, and we all will accept that digitalization is here to stay. Context matters. EMBs must also take on board inclusivity and set legal frameworks to address it. It has opportunities, it has risk, but let's focus also on the opportunities. Thank you so much, Sam and Matt. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And as tradition demands, Hilda said he will want the panelists to take a photo in front here. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will go on the next session, and we'll be inviting Sai Mamabolo to come over. He is going to be our moderator for today, for this session. Thank you so much, Sai. Please, can we chair him as he comes up? I don't know how you will manage the time, but I went into your time, so. We have to be done by 12:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I prefer the use of the podium because in the context of such a vulnerable audience, you can't see my knees shaking. But I'm going to invite Guy Beggar. Okay, there he comes. I don't know you to be a coward. And then we have the president and CEO of IFAS, Mr. Anthony Benberry. Welcome, sir, and have a seat. And then Ms. Maureen Shonge from UN Women. Thanks. In this session, we're going to be looking at digitalization and elections in the region. And the nature of the intervention is intended to give us a milieu of policy options that the EMBs could consider for implementation around its own strategic communication area, as well as around strategies to deal with cyber crimes. And then lastly, then, to look at the gendered manifestation of AI on women in the electoral process, because the gendered nature of the use of AI in election is not neutral. It is often has a negative dimension towards women role players in the electoral process. So I'm going to give each of our speakers 10 minutes to give their input, and then we'll take it from there. I start with Professor Guy Berger. You want to use the podium as well? Sure.
Thank you very much, moderator. It's intimidating because you are a hero of mine. So I have to perform now because you are there. I just want to find my copy here. So bon dia, bonjour, good day, everybody. I need to say APO, all protocol observed. So here's the topic, and I'm pleased to be here. I'm 68 years old, and you, the forum, are 26. So speaking about youth. Anyway, your candles are still burning. You're the kind of candles people blow them, and then they light up again. So let's get stuck into this because of time. Okay, let me work on this thing. So, I'm a professor and I'm a ex-UNESCO bureaucrat, so I'm going to give you some heavy stuff, so listen up. AI is not one thing. AI is not one thing. There's at least two kinds of AI that you need to know, and they're not the same. Everybody's talking about ChatGPT, generative AI. But for a long time, there has been the classificatory AI, which is also goes by other names. Sometimes people call it descriptive AI, pattern recognition AI, but it's different. So you all know generative AI. You put in a question and it gives you an answer. But for many years, for example, if you've been using Facebook, Facebook uses the second kind of AI to see out of all the content it's got, how it's going to classify it, what stuff it won't show you, what stuff it will show you, and what stuff it's going to actually kick out the system or send a warning to people. So these are quite important because they're not the same things when you come to understanding AI in your context. Now, if that's not enough, you've got this. This is the AI stack. Okay. I'm not going to go into detail here, except to tell you something that you're familiar with AI at the app level, primarily. Because you're not aware when you get your Facebook feed or your TikTok feed that there's an algorithm using AI to do that. But you are very aware when you use an app for generative AI, or if you use other software, which is then in the form of an app. And why this is important, why I'm showing you this, is because essentially, if you look at African countries, we are not in the cloud space, we are not in the chip space, we are barely in the data space, we are not in the foundation models. We use the apps, we don't develop the apps, and then we have content. So we're very far downstream in this process. So we have to think, what happens upstream? Okay, and I'll tell you what, one of the things that happens upstream, you know, there's a tech magnate who was born in my country, but I disown him. His name's Elon Musk. Elon Musk just, as you know, used what used to be a platform, he used it as an instrument for partisan political purposes in the US election. You know that. I don't have to tell you that. Maybe you don't know, Elon Musk recently got $7 billion for X.AI. X.AI. X.AI is over here. 1, 2, 3. If Elon Musk wants to, he can use X.AI for partisan political purposes, just as he used his platform. So this is where we have to be quite cautious about where we enter into understanding this tech stack. So what matters here is, and I'm going to go into a bit more detail later, foundational data, foundational models, the apps that we use, and the content layer. Obviously, we're very concerned with the content. Content is like when you put your new data into ChatGPT, you put in a question, that's new data, and then it will process what existing data is, or if you put into another program, you put a document in and you say, summarize this. Or if you're in a meeting and you use Otter, O-T-T-E-R, Otter AI, the meeting is the data for that. But Otter AI is trained on earlier data, right at the bottom there. But the app, to get the app to turn the content, to get the summary from Otter AI in your Zoom meeting, that app is using your meeting as the data. So there's two kinds of data here. Right. Let me move on to opportunities and risks calculus. I think this is quite important. You have a vote because you're election management bodies. You can vote that opportunities are more important than risks. You can vote that risks are more important than opportunities, or you can vote that they're both important. Who votes AI opportunities are the most important? Please. Only one person. Who votes risks are the most important? Nobody. One person. Who votes that they are both equally important? Okay, the majority of people. I don't agree with you. First of all, we have to understand that these things are always multi-dimensional. Okay? Second, we have to be aware of what I call a false balancing. Because it's not like you can say, AI has these benefits, and AI has these risks, and there's 10 here, and there's 10 there, or 5 there, 7 there. No, it doesn't work like that. The point about a risk is that a risk can cancel out all your benefits, depending on the risk. That's why you need to look at risks first and foremost, because if you don't address the risks, your benefits can fall by the wayside quite easily. Okay, I'm not going to go into time detail now. But also, you can remember that some risks can create opportunities to mitigate those risks. So this is the matrix I'm going to use for this presentation. Anyway, this is your challenge as people involved in elections. Minimize your risk, maximize your opportunities. You want the one arrow to go down, the other arrow to go up. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. I don't think that's rocket science at all. Now, I'm going to give you an example of how you can apply this kind of matrix here. So we know that AI, you're going to introduce AI bit by bit into the EMBs. There's a risk in doing that because you introduce technology, technological infrastructure, you're introducing risks. Elon Musk may decide he's going to subvert your election. I'm not joking. Opportunity, you can enhance election security and you can detect attacks. So detecting attacks, as you can see, hack attacks, for example, on your website, you can see where they're coming from. You can use classificatory AI to classify these. You can see how many DDoS attacks you've got. And then there's a mitigation. You can avoid a single point of failure. Don't only depend on electronics to do your vote counting, for example. You need to have backup systems and so on. So this is the matrix I'm going to use for this little presentation here. Risk, opportunity, mitigation. I hope that's fairly easy to see. There you got the mitigation is the shield. Okay, let's look at AI personalization. As we know, AI is able to get down to quite targeted data sets. Okay, you can identify these bits of data have this in common, and that means you can really target specific voters. So that's quite useful for parties, but it's also useful for EMBs. If EMBs you want to target young people to register, you can use this kind of AI. You can use classificatory AI to identify who's young, and you can use generative AI to produce content for those young people. There's a risk here that if EMBs start using AI like in this way, public can say, we don't trust these guys, they're using the dark arts, they're doing magic. Maybe Elon Musk is manipulating them. And then you can also see this thing where political parties can begin to nudge people, especially for voter suppression. You all know the case about rumors that in Kenya, there was a rumor there's a leopard walking around at the voting station, so people were too scared to go and vote. So, I mean, if you could use AI to really produce the image, very lifelike, you know, that could be powerful. But so, nudging there, and then you can mitigate it. I think EMBs, if you're going to use AI, you've got to be transparent, and you have to make sure it's not to manipulate, it's not to nudge. It's really to prioritize the agency. And I think you also have to think about putting limits on micro-targeting, very micro-targeting, because micro-targeting, people don't know they're being micro-targeted as a tiny group or even as individuals. In the same way, advertising is targeting you as an individual, online advertising. Okay, let's look at the next one. This is optimizing efficiency gains. Let me just catch up over here. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but you know, people all know you can use some of these AI things. I have here a little report that I'm going to give copies to. This is a 3-page report. It's about data and elections in Africa. Data and elections in Africa. 3-page. It's a summary of a 30-page. So I used a Google product called Notebook LM. I said, give me a little summary, 3-page summary of this 30-page document. And it did it, in nice bullet points, very accessible, but I had to do a bit more work on it. That was my mitigation. But I'll give you that and you can see. And the 30-page report is coming. And for me, it was a great communication tool, because you are not going to read a 30-page report. I'm sorry to say, but to be realistic. Okay, let me move on a bit here. The risk is that, of course, in AI, there's often systemic biases, language biases, gender biases, racial biases, and so on. Because if you remember that tech stack, it's being developed in countries where the majority of people don't live like Africans. So it's got that bias of where it comes from. There's confidentiality concerns. When I put this document into Google Notebook LM, I'm not so worried that they will add it to their training data. But if you, an EMB, are putting your documents in there, you have to think which documents are going into that database on the part, because you think you're using it, but actually it's using you. Don't forget that. It's collecting data. And my last point here is snake oil vendors. You probably already have, but you will get increasingly 300 salespeople coming to you as EMBs and saying, we've got just the solution for your election management. Be very careful. Those are the risks. Mitigations, be transparent. You must, if you have a vendor, they should show you all kinds of things, that they have had their systems audited independently, they are using diverse data sets, they will respect your copyright and the privacy and confidentiality of your documents, for example. They're not going to take them into their system. So those are some of the risks there. Let me, okay, now I'm coming to you using it. So one of the things here that people are already trying to use in some countries is AI chatbot interfaces to respond to voter queries. So the problem is that these systems can produce false answers. I think you've experienced this, but I'll speak about that in a little bit more in a minute. My own advice here is don't use generative AI for your chatbots because they generate false answers, and then you're in real trouble with credibility. Rather have a FAQ, frequently asked questions, and you have an interface that only is that. It's not a creative, it's a very dynamic system. It's a more of a static system, and channel other questions there. You'll see why in a minute, why I'm arguing that. So in terms of doing AI, now this is elaborating on what I just told you. Generative AI, it's not magic. When you ask ChatGPT a question or Google answers a question, it's just a computer program that's like word prediction, but it's on a much bigger scale. And what this means is that the content is often incorrect. It doesn't matter what question you answer. You can be asking questions saying, give me some dirt on Simon Mabolo. I'm sure it won't find any. But you could ask, it could invent something like that. When I say to ChatGPT, who's Guy Berger? It says, he's a former professor, he's a former UNESCO official, and he's an economist. Okay. There's another Guy Berger on the internet who's an economist. So it just associates us all. And so you can imagine somebody says, these young people here, you write a little blog and you say, the Guy Berger, the economist, spoke to us today. That goes into the system and it becomes truth as you go along. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that don't trust AI. They did a study in the US and they found that if you asked all these chatbots, how can disabled people vote? It all gave wrong information. Not because it's malicious, not because anybody was trying to use it for bad purposes to discourage people, but because these systems are not intelligent. They're called AI, but they're not intelligent. So there's a few other things I won't go into detail there. This is the same experience in the UK when they used ChatGPT and Perplexity AI questions about election arrangements. Okay. Now, of course, you know generative AI, which is one of the kinds of AI I mentioned at the beginning. It's a risk, okay, because it can be used to create deliberate disinformation. And so how can you combat this? There's an opportunity to begin to try and detect it, and I'll speak about that in a minute. And you can look at networks. I think some of the mitigations are not in the AI space.
Prof, I think, let's wrap it up.
Okay, I'll just finish this slide here. So your code of conduct for political parties, you can say to political parties as EMBs, you either must disclose or you don't, you commit to you don't use it, or if you want to use it, you have to disclose the use. You can't check that because a lot of other people are going to be using generative AI, and some parties don't adhere to the code of conduct, and it's very hard to monitor. Anyway, you have to set up your own monitoring system as part of the mitigation here. And so the last thing that I think echoes the previous session, you've got to get the platforms to play their part, to do what they're supposed to do. They should also be monitoring, they should also be labeling, or they should be blocking AI-based disinformation. Okay.
I think that was a very erudite session, so we needed to indulge the prof by giving more time. But I'm sure my other two panelists will work within the time. Mr. Benberry. Are you going to the podium? Yeah.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. Danny Lucas, Chairman of the Electoral Commission of the Seychelles.
Honorable Justice Barnabas Nyadzamba, Chairman of the Botswana Election Commission and President of Electoral Commission of SADC, Mr. Mosoto Mobaya, the Chairman of the Electoral Commission of South Africa, and the Vice Chair of the Executive Committee of ECF SADC, chairs, commissioners, CEOs, staff, ladies and gentlemen, partners, good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Tony Banbury, and I'm the president of IFES. Taking into account the time constraints, I will try and shorten my remarks rather than just speak faster in respect for the interpreters. Yesterday, President Ramkalawan urged us to bask in the beauty of this God-given country, and I have to say it's wonderful to be in the Seychelles, in this beautiful country, as a guest of such warm people, and I'm very grateful to the hospitality from the Election Commission and the people of the country. I also would like to congratulate the Election Commissioners Forum of SADC. As the President said yesterday, every country in SADC now has a functioning EMB. That's quite an accomplishment. Not many sub-regions of the world are able to make such a claim, so warm congratulations to the election commissions represented here. From Angola to Zimbabwe and the 15 countries in between, there's really been tremendous progress in the professionalization of election administration over these past years. The results show through the recent elections that have been held here, and each one of those elections was conducted in the face of great challenges and difficulties, as all elections are around the world. So it's quite an accomplishment. Long gone are the days when one region of the world has all the solutions and people travel to other regions trying to tell people how to do the work they are engaged in. The nature of the challenges we all face now are such that we face common challenges, and we need to together come up with common solutions. Certainly, I come from the United States. The United States is facing such difficulties, challenges, problems, weaknesses with its democracy, with its electoral system, whether it's a lack of trust in elections or it is cybersecurity threats, disinformation threats, disengagement of youth in the elections. Very low percentage of youth participated in the most recent elections. But one of the ways that we can best confront these common challenges that we all face is through collaboration at a sub-regional and regional level. And in this regard, the Election Commissioners Forum has such a valuable role to play. While great progress that has been made here certainly deserves congratulations, the challenges remain and will continue to grow, and no more so than in the area of technology, information, misinformation, cybersecurity. My remarks are supposed to talk about supporting African EMBs to enhance cybersecurity capabilities, and I'll try and do that in just the next few minutes. Information and cybersecurity, disinformation, misinformation, cybersecurity are two of the most serious challenges that EMBs face. Just recently, a historical development in Romania when the first round of presidential elections was annulled by the Supreme Court, not because of any problem with the election, not because there was any weakness in what the EMB delivered, but because of the misinformation environment, because it was a massive foreign influence operation from a massive foreign influence operation. More than 25,000 TikTok accounts had been created and laid dormant until just before the elections. They were then activated and started spreading identical messaging to the voters of Romania. And it was that polluted disinformation environment that led the Constitutional Court to annul the elections. It never happened before. I think it's only a matter of time before an election somewhere in the world is annulled because of a cyber intrusion. So whether it's disinformation or cybersecurity, this is something that election management bodies have a huge obligation to confront. Technology can be very helpful to EMBs, as we know, but as was mentioned by the previous speaker, with more technology come more risks. And so it's a double-edged sword for EMBs. The cost of cybercrime in 2024 is estimated to be $8 trillion US dollars, 144 trillion Seychelles rupees. That's an indication of how serious the threats are in the cyber world. And Africa is increasingly targeted. In September and October, in Operation Serengeti, more than 1,000 people were arrested in 19 countries, including several SADC countries, due to this cyber criminal operation they were engaged in, and more than 130,000 malicious infrastructure networks were taken down. So it's really only a matter of time before election commissions start to become the target of serious criminal actors. And the vulnerabilities are very high. Servers, IT infrastructure, websites, computers, databases, phones, email accounts. There are so many areas where cyber security penetration can take place. And the threats come from a range of malign actors. They can be foreign states, they can be criminal networks, they can be commercial spyware companies, they can be hackers. But in facing these threats, EMBs have a number of common challenges that make it very hard to confront these growing cybersecurity threats. First of all, you're very high profile, the work you're engaged in, a very attractive target. The technology is changing very rapidly, so it's very hard for EMBs to keep pace with that changing technology. It's very expensive to do that. The hardware, the software, the vendors have to be aware of snake oil salesman vendors, and you have to do that in a resource-constrained environment. You all know how resource-constrained your budgets are. The labor market, trying to get staff who have the most modern knowledge regarding these threats. Developing policies, trainings, keeping all your staff trained around these threats. Meanwhile, you're facing attacks online, perhaps by actors trying to undermine your standing in this space, say that you're not doing a good job, and this could impact the trust that the electorate has in your work. So each country needs to develop its own approach, but there's some common approaches. And so this is the main point I want to make now. There's a network that has been created called the Cyber Information Resilience in Elections Network, CIREN, Cyber Information in Resilience Elections Network. And the basic idea there is to, as a starting point, everything I've just said, the threats, the challenges, but then bring technology companies into the picture, bring them to the table together with EMBs so that we have all the stakeholders at the table, EMBs, partners perhaps from civil society and technology companies, to have a common understanding of the threats and develop standardized common approaches so that not each EMB needs to go through these uncharted waters on its own, spending enormous resources. Benefit from what these technology companies have to offer. This network was launched initially in Central and Eastern Europe. I was just there last week for a meeting of this network. We had leaders from Google and Microsoft, leaders of their democracy program, their election program, their cyber risk programs. And they were able to work with the EMBs from Central and Eastern Europe in presenting them with the threat landscape, the highest risk they're facing, the programs they have available to help EMBs, there are resources available out there now that EMBs can draw from to help you deal with these risks. And I'm not talking about going and purchasing hardware and software, but programs from these technology companies. This network was launched earlier this year in September in the Asia Pacific region at the Google offices in Singapore. These tech companies are deeply committed to this work, to the work of EMBs in confronting these cyber challenges. And I believe that the Southern Africa region, certainly not immune to the threats. I believe this would be a wonderful region to launch the same network via the Election Commissioners Forum of SADC. And IFAS would be very pleased to partner with the ECF and work with the ECF on identifying additional partners for such a network in Southern Africa. What would this mean? This would mean technology companies coming to you rather than you have to chase them. It would mean a meeting similar to this with partners identified by the ECF with the technology companies in the room, providing the information they have about the most modern threats and the best available ways to counter those threats. So in conclusion, these threats, these challenges, they're only going to grow. As was just mentioned by Guy, AI is going to introduce a whole new element. EMBs don't want to continue try to play catch up with the precious resources, limited resources you have. Siren is an opportunity to accelerate development of these critical capabilities in an area of such high risk and high importance for you. We all need to be proactive. We all have something to offer. We all have a critical role to play, but EMBs, most of all, have the most critical role to play. But none of us can do it alone. The threats are evolving, and we need new and different approaches and new ways of cooperating across sectors. And I think what our friend Mosoto said in his opening remarks, quoting Mr. Hale, working together is success. And I believe by developing new formats for multi-stakeholder engagement on the cyber threats would be a great way to work together for the success of EMB's work in confronting these threats and fulfilling your responsibilities to deliver credible elections for your societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ben-Berin. I think without wasting further time, we'll go straight to Ms. Maureen Shonge to give us an input on the gendered impact of AI on women and elections. You also have 10 minutes. So your time has not reduced.
Thank you so much, and allow me to say all protocol observed, and that as UN Women, we are truly grateful to be part of this meeting and share some perspectives and partner and network with all of you. I'm going to be speaking briefly about the gendered impact of AI on women and elections. A lot has been said, and some of that can be extrapolated really to the gendered sphere and how women experience some of those issues in elections. I just wanted to start by a quote that was made by Michelle Bachelet about 5 years ago, where she said that the digital revolution is a major global human rights issue whose unquestionable benefits do not cancel out its unmistakable risks. We are now in 2024, and we have a quotation from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who said that the advent of generative AI could be a defining moment for disinformation and hate speech, undermining truth and facts and safety and adding a new dimension to the manipulation of human behavior, as well as contributing to polarization and instability on a vast scale. So I think what these two quotations really are just showing us is really emphasizing some of what has been said previously in terms of the risks and the dangers of artificial intelligence. That being said, I think the experts have also indicated the key definitions of AI and how it is being used. The potentials are many, as has been indicated, around the data management, election administration, or strengthening electoral security, etc., as well as the potential in voter education processes and how those should include the voices of women and the experiences of women. In terms of some of the intersections of gender, AI, and politics, we see and already know that women experience violence both offline and online, and we see the manifestation of some of that offline violence now transposing itself to the online space. So we are now seeing a magnification of violence against women on the online space, and with some, and now, as we have just heard, with the use of AI, that is increasing. Research is showing us that women and girls are accessing the internet directly, but we are seeing increased cases of violence against them online. We are seeing increased cases of violence against women in politics online, electoral workers, women candidates, women aspirants, key activists that are also advocating for human rights. There has been an increase of online violence. We see more recent problems associated with deepfakes, misinformation, chat boxes, as has been said, also disproportionately affecting women. There's a report by Sensory AI which found that 96% of deepfakes were non-consensual sexual deepfakes, and of those, 99% were made of women. So we see the disproportional impact of some of these things on women. But why are we talking about bias in relation to women in AI? This, again, is just to reiterate what was said by the previous speakers in terms of some of the issues related to algorithms. We see that AI systems are biased because they're human creations, right? So if those that are developing it have biases, then potentially we'll also have some of those biases integrated. Tech companies and labs are mainly employing male experts, and so we see that then there's a missing voice in terms of women or their experiences, because globally less than 25% of the AI professionals are women. The algorithms learn to recreate real-life discrimination against women online. So what is the scale of the problem? I would like to turn your attention very quickly, and a change of color for your attention is that tech-facilitated GBV is a global issue which is now impacting women, including in our region. And we're seeing that 85% of women have had personal experience of online violence, and 85% of women who spend time online have witnessed digital violence. These statistics vary per country, per region, depending when you access information or which research you are accessing. But I think the point is the fact that women are experiencing online violence at a high scale. The COVID era increased digital violence, and we've seen a continued upward trend of some of these issues. In sub-Saharan Africa, there's a study that has found out that 28% of women have experienced online violence. These numbers increase during an election period. But we need to think about the intersectionalities, persons living with disability, Black women, indigenous women, rural versus urban divide, and how they are affected, the access to the internet, the differentiating access as well that was indicated earlier is also something that we also need to think about. I found a previous study from Uganda quite interesting and incisive, and it spoke about how online violence against women candidates was really skewed. And that they were experiencing trolling, sexual violence, body shaming more than their male counterparts. And I think this is something that can be said in many of our countries. So the scale of the problem is something for us to think about. It's culturally specific. Attacks are going viral. Women candidates, MPs, those that are working in the political space are really affected in a way that deserves our attention in terms of solution building. These are more intense forms of violence, and it's really difficult to differentiate what is fake and what is real, especially in terms of the disinformation targeting women in politics. The violence is sustained. The victims are suffering indefinitely because this information is not always moderated or removed timeously enough. And then there are issues around distinct geography, whether it's rural or urban, and how this affects the women in the different spaces. I mentioned the intersectionalities earlier, different women of age groups, women working in the spectrum of the different roles in an election process that are also being affected by some of these challenges. What is also very concerning is the lack of accountability or responsibility and the fact that there's anonymity. And I think this speaks to us to really think through about how then can we mitigate some of these negative impacts of AI on women in elections or in politics. In terms of the normative frameworks, I just wanted to reference the CSW 67 agreed conclusions in 2023 that we're focusing on also on tech and social media, etc., that really had some specific recommendations around hate speech, etc., and other issues that have also been mentioned previously for us to consider and to look at some of those issues. And so we really need to look at what are some of the possible effects have been mentioned, but I think just to quickly say that we need to look at the regulation, what laws need to be put in place, how can they best support women, how can they best address the impunity that we have seen, how best can we ensure that within society, even addressing issues around social norms change, we address the misogynistic attacks against women in politics that are just now amplified by AI in some of these issues. This is key because it threatens the integrity of political discourse. If women cannot actively participate in politics because they are afraid, because their integrity has been questioned because of the smear campaigns, what does that mean in terms of democracy and ensuring that the other half of the population comes along? So we need to make the internet safer for women, right? So zero tolerance to some of these issues, so we need to look at that. So policy formulation is important. We need to look at specific reporting requirements. How do these support reporting, addressing the gender disinformation? We need to look at codes of conduct, right? I think a lot of suggestions for election commissions have been made. You often develop gender policies, social media policies, comms policies, voter education strategies, etc. Kindly look at some of these issues that are affecting women in politics as you develop strategies around use of AI, etc., and mitigating or even response to some of the challenges that I've just been highlighting. And I think much more broadly, we are all thinking about criminalization of some of these issues, but with a specific focus on how women are experiencing some of these issues, because we do see a serious psychological, physical harm that women are facing because of this. Previous speakers spoke about engaging the tech companies. We need to put more pressure on the tech companies to collect and share data, but also make their systems more responsive to reporting when some of these issues are brought to their attention. In previous engagements with Meta, Google, and other tech giants, they say that they are trying to do this. They're trying to moderate political adverts online. They also really try to take down harmful content, etc. But I think there are some gaps that still remain, and those have been indicated before. The speed in which that happens, more safeguards need to happen, and they need to be more responsive.
Let's repeat down, ma'am.
Yes. So as I wrap up in my last slide, just to say there are a lot of good efforts that are out there in terms of addressing the risks that come with the use of AI. The UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI was formulated, and it will be making recommendations for international governance of AI. The Summit of the Future was a space where maybe some of you engaged in, and they came up with a global digital compact that also looks at some of these issues related to AI. A good practice is having some of these summits where we also then need to really look at the gendered impacts of AI on women. I was so impressed to learn of a grassroots campaign that was developed. It's called Stop Fisher, and it's used to combat image-based sexual abuse and online gendered violence. It tracks, it reports, and it supports. This is just but one example of efforts which lead to law reform, legal reform. It's actually from France. I know of a few other innovative actions that have been taken by civil society organizations in our region, and I think these are some that need to be amplified. We need to strengthen collaboration with them. We need to utilize, including some of those resources that we have. In our region, I think the South Africa Election Management Body and the other EMBs have developed a guideline on the use of social media, etc. And I think we can build on those good practices, build on what the African Union is doing, and as election management bodies, as you engage with your mandates and develop the various tools, and as you engage to really critically look at the gendered impacts of AI on women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is evident is that we have a rich vein of material that came from the three presentations. And we needed, I suppose, the whole day just to engage with what we have before us. But that be the case, let me ascertain those who wish to have the floor for either questions and comments on all three of the inputs. I have Commissioner Mashinini. Then here on my left will be the second input. Just wait, Commissioner Mashinini. Okay. I've invited Vera as the third. And I think the CEO of Lesotho has to say something. He'll be the fourth. And we start with you, Commissioner Mashinini.
Yes, thank you, Program Director. I think, to me, there's still a question that one of our young people here raised. I feel it might need a little bit more attention. The issue of the environmental impact of artificial intelligence and how that is being dealt with, if and whether we as EMBs can play a role maybe in mobilizing sensitization on that issue, or we are helpless because it is a reality that the machines, equipment that are required to deal with these artificial intelligence are taking and are using a lot of energy, some of it more than countries are generating just for the basic lights. So that's an issue which I think, because of being pressed for time, it did not get the level of attention. I'd like to flag it back into the discussion. Thank you.
Bom dia, Eduardo Magalhães, comissário de Angola. Duas ou três questões que abordam a interseção da comunicação estratégica com a gestão eleitoral no contexto digital e o desafio crescente da cibersegurança, que são questões essenciais para a integridade e eficácia dos processos eleitorais modernos. A primeira questão é para os três moderadores, ou oradores, como é que os órgãos de gestão eleitoral podem adaptar suas estratégias de comunicação digital para combater a desinformação, as notícias falsas, a manipulação da informação, deepfake, por exemplo, a inteligência artificial, como aconteceu no caso das eleições italianas, em que a atual primeira-ministra foi a própria vítima. E esses conteúdos circulam durante os períodos eleitorais. E, em razão disso, como é que os órgãos de gestão eleitoral podem garantir uma cobertura imparcial, precisa, rigorosa da mídia durante os processos eleitorais, especialmente no contexto digital? A segunda questão está relacionada com os principais desafios e oportunidades no fortalecimento das capacidades de cibersegurança dos órgãos eleitorais da nossa região e como a cooperação internacional pode apoiar o desenvolvimento de uma infraestrutura digital segura e resiliente para proteger os processos eleitorais. A terceira e última é para a senhora. De que maneira a inteligência artificial pode ser implementada de maneira ética e consciente para apoiar a equidade do género, especialmente em processos eleitorais, e identificar os riscos associados à reprodução de preconceitos de género através de tecnologias automatizadas? Muito obrigado pela atenção.
Thank you very much, Commissioner from Angola. Ms. Vera Banda, Malawi.
Yes, good morning, everyone, once again. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Chair. I have a question for each. The first question that I have goes to Professor Guy Berger. Thank you so much for the presentation that you gave, and I would actually wanted to find out if there are more solutions with regards to combating AI risks and mitigations, especially with the outgoing and growing ways of AI, including voice AI, where we're mimicking people's voices and spreading fake news on social media. You gave a good example in terms of, minimizing content, as how you're already done with your 3-pager, and also in terms of providing more solutions, such as instead of using content AI, like the ChatGPTs and the like, we can do frequently asked questions, FAQs. So what other solutions can we have, especially when it comes to voice and video risks when it comes to AI? My second question goes to Anthony Banbury. Yes, the IFES president. Sir, thank you so much for your presentation. I also want to ask, in terms of the Cyber Information and Resilience Network, do they have any sort of control when it comes to monetary benefits? I remember the chair, if not the commissioner from South Africa, had asked if there were any monetary benefits with regards to social media and the like. We know right now they are being paid. I think YouTubers and the like are being paid for content and things like that. And bad news sells faster. The commissioners from Namibia can attest to that. Bad news sells like hotcake when it comes to internet, social media words or whatever that goes on. So I wanted to find out, how does the CYRN try to mitigate controlling violence on online media and on online platforms? How then do they come to work in do they work in each and every country according to their laws and regulatory authorities to ensure that violence is combated online and offline, so that networking is done in a safe environment? Lastly, a very passionate presentation from Maureen Shonge from UN Women, and I really appreciate that. It's a very powerful topic. Most women do face barriers, a lot of glass ceilings when it comes to reaching higher political positions. What is the UN Women doing in terms of providing the resources necessary for rural women? I would like to attest to the Angolan commissioner, what he had mentioned. Apart from the social and cultural barriers that we have also the highest barrier, which is monies in campaigning and the like. I know for EMBs, we are not really involved in it, but we try our best to make sure that maybe fees, for example, nomination fees are somehow tailored according to the gender sensitivities of each country. But what else can an EMB do to make sure that the level of the playing field is fair for women and youth? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banda. CEO Lesotho.
Thank you, Program Director.
Yes.
Yeah, I think for me, the common denominator that came across all these presentations is the artificial intelligence opportunity stroke risk calculus, where there was reference to the whole issue of the balancing act between the opportunities and the risks that technology presents. And one thing for sure is that we cannot run away from technology, but we have to embrace it. But now, more specifically to as a question is, I'd like to hear the thoughts of the panel to a profound statement that was made by the CEO of South Africa yesterday when he said, sometimes it doesn't matter how well you've actually logistically aligned your election processes. If you are unable to manage social media misinformation, it can make or break you. So I'd like to have their views on that particular statement with regard to the opportunities and risk calculus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any last thought that may have arisen before we go to the members of the panel? Chair Zimbabwe, it looks like you had a last thought, a wave of thoughts just that just came to the table. If there is, let's deal with it. Thank you very much. Okay, that then I think concludes the our comments and section component. We'll go back to members of the panel. There are very direct questions that were directed to Professor Madam Shonge and Mr. Benberry. So let's deal with them one in 10.
Yeah, thank you. If I can just try and go back here, I can just show a slide that might be of use to the representative of Angola. Let me just, okay. We go down here. Sorry. But in the meantime, let me just speak while I'm here also, because I think that this AI calculation of risks and opportunities, it's something that essentially is of relevance to the whole society. You know, it's in employment, it's in justice, it's in banking, it's in loans and everything else. But anyway, to the extent that EMBs are wrestling with this, I think you have to consider yourselves as farmers. And when you farm, you know, you have to deal with the weeds and the pests. You have to take actions to combat them. At the same time, to clear a field of weeds and pests, the rats, the mice, the locusts, is not enough. You have to plant seeds, you have to bring water, you have to bring fertilizer. Now, if you use that analogy for AI, for disinformation, for information, you've got to tackle this disinformation weeds, especially when it's produced so cheaply with AI and will attach, come in voice and video increasingly to imitate people's voices. So you must do that, but that's not enough. You also have to plant the seeds, you have to bring the water, you have to grow the crops of good, positive information, including on radio, as was mentioned earlier. So you cannot fight the stuff only in that space. That's my point. You've got to do two activities, combat, but also grow. And you've got to do it across the board. And in terms of that, I think you also need to have a playbook, a strategy for AI, but also then a playbook. So this was just one of the things that I didn't get a chance to show you. But these are some of the things that were identified as possible threats. So you make a list like this: fakes of endorsements, voting arrangements, party symbols, depiction of events, impersonation of EMB officials, and so on. Impersonation is especially dangerous where people are faking the voices and so on. I'll come to a question in 1 minute. But you do this, and then you have to do a risk assessment. What is the likelihood and what is the impact? Because some of the stuff nobody will see. Those who see it will know it's rubbish. But you have to figure out practically what is your playbook. Because if you prioritize here, number 6 is going to be a very, the most top priority. You have to figure out what you will do to address that. Just the last point I wanted to make, 2 points, sorry, very quickly, that you may know these guidelines by the African Association of Electoral Authorities. I hope it was mentioned yesterday. These are really good, the guidelines of the Association of African Electoral Authorities, to give help on that. And to come back to my metaphor of the combat the weeds and do the planting, data. You have to pay attention to data. That's your key. It's your fertilizer, and it's your pesticide, and it's your herbicide. So I'll give you my document on that. And that will also help you figure out to what extent you can get the AI development companies, which, as I said, they're at the bottom of the stack. The distribution companies also at the bottom of the, we're not there, but try and get them to do the labeling, to put the guardrails in for this AI so that it's not abused. But you need to monitor and you need to communicate to the public. That's part of growing growing the crops. You have to communicate the risks of this new age. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much for the questions and for the reflections. Maybe allow me to start by just saying that the UN's work in terms of elections is guided by what is called electoral support guidelines that come through the request for support through the member states and through needs assessment missions. So within the scope of that electoral support and assistance, the work of UN Women is clearly defined, where we provide support, technical, advisory, and financial support to the member states, to key institutions. We work with civil society organizations that work to promote the active participation of women in the electoral processes. So unfortunately, we are not able to give direct resources to candidates and aspirants for their campaigning, or direct resources to women in rural areas. However, there's a lot of effort, and I think good initiatives that we have in terms of our engagement around the research, in terms of how vulnerable women living with disabilities, women in rural areas engage with the electoral processes, identifying gaps, strategies, and some of the policy issues that need to be addressed. Creating a conducive legal environment where all women can participate in elections is also part of our core business, working with other key stakeholders that work in the space. From the normative perspective, I think you'll be happy to see that women living in rural areas are a key demographic that we also think about. Recently, there's been a general recommendation number 40 that was recently launched, and I think it's really focusing on gender parity, also focusing on leaving no one behind. And I think through some of those normative processes, working with election stakeholders and member states, we can really work together to ensure that we leave no one behind, including the women. That's a short answer, and I hope we can catch up over coffee for much more elaboration on some of these issues. Thank you.
Give it to me. Mr. Benberry?
Thank you very much. Commissioner Mashini's question about the impact of AI and links to the environment, I don't want it to be left aside yet again, though I'm not sure I have a very good answer for the question that came from the representative from the Seychelles National Youth Council. This is a hugely important issue. It's a societal question, though, that government and society needs to address, and it's important that civil society organizations like the SNYC are raising it and telling their leaders this is important, raising it in fora like this, raising it in many different kinds of forums, and linking up with other civil society organizations that share that same concern in other countries and demanding action. From an IFAS perspective, it's not something that we engage in the economics or the environmental aspects of AI or climate impact, I should say, aspects. I will just quickly note that IFAS is very concerned about climate and elections, and where we look at it is primarily from election or climate caused natural disasters that result in displacement of populations that could then later on impact their access to polling and elections, or could a climate disaster could impact the conduct of an election. We also have a stream of work on the climate or carbon impact of election administration, and we're happy to work with any EMB on that. There's a tool we have to calculate that. The commissioner from Angola, as well as the CEO of Lesotho, both asked questions around misinformation and disinformation. This has got to be not only one of the biggest problems facing election commissions, candidates, voters who want to engage in electoral processes, but society as a whole. And unfortunately, the problem is only getting worse with AI. Micro-targeting was mentioned. This historic event just a week or so ago in Romania, where an election was canceled because of misinformation and disinformation in advance. So this is a very serious issue. Election commissions are in an impossible situation. You can't regulate, much less control the whole information space. We had a very interesting conversation, or heard from Sam and Matt, about the information space and all the different sources. Fake news, disinformation can come from so many places. The priority that IFAS has placed in this area is on election-related information, the time, place, manner, method, critical information that EMBs need to make sure voters have. And we convened, somewhat like this Siren initiative, we brought EMBs together with technology companies, 5 big ones, Microsoft, Google, Meta, which is Facebook, of course, TikTok, and Snapchat, to talk about disinformation around elections. And the outcome of that conversation was a commitment by those 5 technology companies to address fake information, disinformation, specifically around elections, not candidates, not campaigning, but elections. And they signed up to voluntary election integrity guidelines that they are willing to apply on a country basis, including in countries where they don't have a presence, using authoritative information coming from election commissions. It's the election commission that's the source of that information about time, place, manner, method, and the EMBs can provide that to these commissions. The commissions will disseminate that accurate information, but importantly, the EMBs can also be the source to these tech companies saying, this account on one of your platforms is spreading disinformation around the elections. Please take it down. That's a very important and valuable communication link between EMBs and the technology companies, and happy to talk to any of you, and Matt likewise would be on how to participate in that link that we have created. And then there was a question about, also from the Angolan commissioner, on steps regarding cybersecurity. We could have a 3-day conversation on just that issue. It's so huge. I'll just say that it's very important, given the evolving nature of the threats that I was speaking of before, for an EMB to have a strategy, a comprehensive strategy on the cyber threats. I don't think you can do it all on your own, countering them, mitigating those risks. So that strategy should include working with partners, civil society partners, academic partners, technology partners from your country or international partners. There was mention earlier about the paper from International IDEA on AI in elections. I think there are some good resources out there now, but a comprehensive strategy is so important. Last week, when we were meeting with the technology companies and election commissions from Central and Eastern Europe, we had a very interesting discussion about the legal aspects of your work in election commissions' work in this area, and how election commissions are being taken to court after elections, being accused of not having in place adequate protections for your IT infrastructure, your databases, etc., and being accused of allowing the elections to be fraudulent, essentially, because of those lack of defenses. So part of the strategy, there's a whole discussion to be had about what election commissions should be doing proactively in advance of elections to protect yourself from subsequent legal cases that some candidate or party may bring. And then finally, from Malawi, the question about violence and what can Siren do for that. Just to be very clear, Siren, the Cyber Information Resilience Elections Network, is only focused on the challenges of EMBs and the responsibilities of EMBs to have a robust cybersecurity posture to protect EMB's own resources, infrastructure, so that you are not penetrated, so that your elections work is not compromised. So Siren does not get involved in the important issues that Maureen was talking about in her presentation regarding broader violence in the information space. Thank you.
With that, I think members of the panel deserve a round of applause. And we hand over back the session to Ms. Vera. I hope you're not unhappy with us.
No, I am not. Thank you so much. Can I just invite you to step in front for a photo? What is that? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so we will break for lunch at 1 o'clock. It's supposed to be 1 o'clock. We have 5 minutes past 1. So we come back here at 2 o'clock. So lunch is served in the main restaurant. If you go out through this door, you can just walk straight into the restaurant, or you can use this other outlet. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Commissioners first. Commissioners first.
So we invite the commissioners to start to go first. The commissioners are which one? You guys are confusing. Commission of Seychelles to please come forward. And Elvis Julie. Oh, okay, thank you. It's only Graham, so you go with just Graham.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a good lunch and time for us to do some more work. My name is Elvis Gili, and I am a commissioner for Electoral Commission Seychelles. I'm rather a young commissioner because I was only appointed in June this year. This afternoon, we will be inviting one of our guest speakers, Mr. Graham Matenga. He comes from International IDEA, and he's going to come to us and speak to us about lessons learned from the 2024 year as a big year of election on voter turnout and youth participation in South Africa. May I welcome Mr. Graham Matenga on stage, please.
Good afternoon. I feel like I'm very, very tall, standing in front of you at this point. Allow me to stand on already established protocols. The presentations that happened since morning were quite insightful, and they've laid the ground for this session. My name is Graham Matenga, as already introduced. I'm the Regional Head of Programs for Africa and West Asia at International IDEA. Allow me to start by saying briefly that various studies, including Afrobarometer surveys, shows that youth are interested in electoral processes if they perceive it as an avenue to hold non-performing governments accountable. This is a fact that is stated in various reports. They are also changing youth perceptions of democracy and aspirations, and this is largely shaped by economic decline in most countries across the Southern Africa region, and especially the post-COVID period. The perceptions are also shaped by the emerging digital platforms and tools. Still on Africa, on Afrobarometer, which were conducted, several surveys which were conducted before the elections in 2024. It also shows that unemployment and cost of living are the citizens, and especially the youth's most pressing concern, far surpassing other issues such as health, crime, poverty, and education. Therefore, it is fair to say when people are focused on survival and immediate economic concerns, political engagement, participation tends to decrease. Allow me to then speak to issues around voter turnout more specifically. For over a decade to date, International IDEA has been running a global database on voter turnout. It contains most comprehensive global collection of voter turnout statistics from presidential and parliamentary elections since 1945. The database shows varied trends of voter turnout in Southern Africa. One of the emerging lessons that we can draw from the database and also the recent elections that we held in the region is the trend of voter registration numbers, which shows us that there will be high enthusiasm for voting, but this does not always align with the actual participation rates. Allow me to give South Africa as an example, and I've already warned my good chairperson that you might be called to respond to some of the numbers that I'll speak to. South Africa, for example, has seen a regressing voter turnout from the 77%, which was recorded in 2009, to 58.64, which was recorded in 2024. This is despite the registered voter population increasing over the electoral cycles, as seen by the approximate voter totals of 25.4 million in 2014, 26.8 million in 2019, then 27.8 million in 2024. These numbers in voter registration is also despite concerted effort in South Africa in voter education, including targeted youth initiatives. Countries such as Mozambique have also continued to witness remarkable voter registration numbers in each electoral cycle, including in 2024 general elections. However, voter turnout has been significantly low, and I'm considering this to previous electoral cycles in Mozambique. Other countries such as Mauritius, Botswana have sustained higher turnout rates, including in 2024 elections. In Namibia, voter turnout shows a very interesting trend. It kind of shifts with every electoral cycle. So the remarkable 76% plus, which was achieved in 2024, is a significant increase from 60.8 achieved in 2019. But you also note that the previous electoral cycles in Namibia in 2014, Namibia had recorded 71.76 turnout. And another previous election in 2004, it reached an impressive 85.47% in voter registration. And we were told when we visited Namibia at some point that there were some key initiatives that were led by the Election Commission of Namibia, which include initiatives such as the Youth Ambassador initiatives, which was aimed at mobilizing the participation of youth in Namibia. I'm quite positive that that played a significant role in the 2024 elections in Namibia. There's also a trend, because the question is, if youth are not participating in electoral processes, where are they participating, right? And some of these issues were also raised in previous sessions. But there's a shift towards movements and non-traditional political structures among youth. Many of the youth in the region prefer activism and direct action over conventional voting, which could explain some of the low turnout figures. In recent years, the region of Southern Africa has witnessed some of these alternative spaces or movements, such as Abahlali. You know this one, South Africa. Abahlali, Bes Manjondolo, something like that. So then, also in South Africa, you know, the widely referenced Feast Must Fall movement. In Namibia, you know, there is also an example of a movement or a kind of an initiative such as the Shut It All Down, which was sparked by incidents of gender-based violence. And Namibian youth organized to protest and demanding government's action and systemic reforms to protect women and children. Digitalization as an opportunity to enhance youth political participation and representation. I will not repeat what has already been said in previous sessions, but I want to spend a bit of time talking about what the chairperson of EC Seychelles also noted about, and the other session as well, about digital divide, misinformation, and disinformation, which pose significant challenges on effective youth participation in the region. But one point I want to zero in more specifically is to give a picture if digitalization, if AI and technology is going to be the key driver of youth participation in the region, there is need to acknowledge that internet penetration is still a challenge, right? Internet penetration is the key driver of digitalization. But let me acknowledge the fact that Southern Africa, it leads the continent on internet penetration rate of approximately 73% according to the World Bank data. Surpassing this 73%, it surpasses the global average of 66.2%. However, data shows that internet penetration rates across Southern Africa, Southern African countries, varied significantly. So leading countries, including South Africa, Botswana, where approximately 74% of the population has internet access, reflect the country's advanced digital infrastructure. In countries such as Eswatini, Lesotho, penetration is about 59% and 48% respectively, showing moderate penetration and room for growth. The region still has a number of countries. May I repeat? The region still has a number of countries with internet penetration of less than 25%, highlighting considerable hard hurdles in digital access. But I also want to acknowledge that there is notable progress in some countries, including Zimbabwe, which recently approved the licensing of Starlink internet service, aiming to deploy high-speed, low-cost internet across the country, particularly benefiting rural areas. In conclusion, allow me to say this and echo the remarks by Afrobarometer Director for Surveys, Professor Boniface Dulani. who said at the inaugural International Political Campaigns Expo held in Cape Town in January 2024. He remarked that artificial intelligence, I quote, and technology can help address voter apathy, especially among youth, but cannot take the place of substantive policy solutions. I thank you.
We'd like to thank Graham Matenga for his presentation. Now we will leave the floor open for any questions, please. One hand is raised. Can we pass the mic, please? Thank you, sir. Could you just introduce yourself and you can ask a question?
Yes, indeed. My name is Saima Mabolo from South Africa. I think the issue of turnout, it's a multifaceted phenomenon because there are factors that are internal to the EMB and its processes that can influence voter turnout. Yet there's a preponderance of other factors that are outside of the purview of the commission, but which nonetheless implicate voter turnout. For instance, our own research tells us that there is no political apathy, but people are disengaging from the political process because of dissatisfaction with elements of government delivery. So that's a factor that the Commission can never resolve because it relates to the quality of governance. So if one accepts that, and this is a research-based, these are research-based factors, it can never be that blame is put entirely on the Commission because the Commission's mandate, it's a narrow and limited to managing certain factors. Because if the Commission were to enter the space of the political factors, it will probably not be seen to be a neutral arbiter in the conduct of elections. So there is that element as well to balance, because you don't want to stray into the political terrain and thereby lose your neutral arbiter status in the electoral process. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. One hand raised in the middle, Dr. Purvis. Sorry, apologies.
Putting the table like that, it's okay. No problem. Right, Marie-Thérèse Purvis, former commissioner of the Electoral Commission, Seychelles. My question to Mr. Matanga goes back to the earlier questions from the youth group about the environmental costs and the carbon footprint of AI and AI expansions in the SADC areas, including Seychelles, where we are recently buying a couple more petrol-run generators to cover all the needs. And what are the implications for EMDs? This was discussed earlier, but I'd like to know your views about that.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think my question is, I'm trying to draw parallels and try to understand the interest in youth in election participation, particularly where we have youth turning out for voter registration in huge numbers, but are not effectively turning out to vote. What could be the issues behind this? Is it issues of lack of interest? Is it issue of lack of participation? Or is it just that maybe polling stations are inaccessible to young people, or the voting process itself is less appealing to young people? And how can we jazz it up, or how can we funk it up so that at least young people can then turn out and enjoy voting to the extent to which at times they are enjoying voter registration? Because one of the things that we've also noted is where voter registration is tech-driven, particularly where BVR is implemented, they tend to be a very high turnout of young people to register to vote. But when it comes to the voting itself, they do not pitch up. What could be those issues that are keeping young people away from elections? And the other thing that I also wondered, and this maybe not necessarily posed to you, but also to EMBs, is the lack of data and information, particularly as it relates to youth participation. I mean, I was undertaking a study of Southern Africa on youth participation. There's relatively or no data at all, segregated data by demographics, so that at least whatever interventions that are going to be designed are targeting those specific demographics in their participation in electoral processes. And what could be some of the issues that are influencing or mitigating EMBs not to have that data available or readily available for purposes of analysis and designing interventions that are targeted at certain demographics?
Thank you. And gentleman from this right-hand side.
Thank you. My name is Commissioner Chiheluna from Namibia. I think the wave of youth activism that we've been seeing over the last few years, or the last few months on the continent is a very important development. When the youth uprising happened in Kenya, and I'm sure my good friend Robert will bear me out, I reached out to some friends in Kenya whether there was any ethnic element in that. And they said no. It was a question of youth against the establishment. And I think it's a positive development in the sense that, in countries where you have a lot of cultural diversity, it seems that nowadays, as far as the youth is concerned, ethnic identity politics seems to be receding into the background in favor of a more homogeneous collective voice on the part of the youth. So in other words, it's not only good for democracy, but it's also good for, I think, national unity in some of the countries where ethnic identity politics has been a serious issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in the center, Mr. Jacques.
I'm Jacques from Seychelles, retired citizen but not tired. Coming from the education sector, my question is, we are talking about youth engagement, but my concern is, what are the strategies to create political awareness, political empowerment, before talking to engagement? Because we have some assumptions. We want them to be engaged. We have also to provide the tools. Because sometimes we think everything is clear, but we don't go based on assumptions. We have to be more practical. We are talking about youth engagement today. what are some of the strategies to engage them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwe. India, from Zambia, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wish to agree with Sai, the CEO from South Africa, that often what we see is that the voter turnout and youth participation sometimes is political. What we've observed is that when there's a regime change, you'll find a high turnout of youths. That means the political parties have been around or they are dissatisfied with certain things, whether rightly or wrongly. So you find once you see the youths, or you find that once you see a lot of youths, like in the countries that have just held elections, we hear there was a high turnout of youths. So I think this is something to study, because when the youths are determined, or through other means, rightly or wrongly, they will turn out for that election. When you see that the turnout is not so good, then you know that the things are not going to change as much. So I think we should also engage stakeholders, political parties, and see how they can be influenced to ensure that their followers, the youths, turn out, either to register or to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. From Namibia. Before we proceed to the next question, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Honorable Gervais Henry. He's with us this afternoon. Mr. Henry. We may proceed now. Any further intervention?
Thank you. Clara Cole from IFES.
Yes, madam.
Yes, I was curious and I wanted to throw into the mix the conversation around civics and the role of civics in turnout, in engagement. I think the conversation that we've been having has focused a lot on voter education and how to vote and how to engage in elections, but I think civics and civic education, picking up the point I think the former director of education at the Seychelles Elections Commission was referring to, I think this idea of why you should vote and why you should be a citizen, I think is reflective of what we see in terms of young people's engagement, because if you are not aware from a young age in terms of your role as a citizen and why you should participate, and it's just politicized, I think that changes how you engage as a citizen in your country. And I think this idea of participation and civic education and understanding your role, understanding your political system and your political process is more than just a political element, though, because there is a civic element, there is a responsibility as a citizen of all of our respective countries that you must engage. And so I think adding into this conversation the role that civic education plays in that. So thank you.
Thank you, madam. Do we have any more persons who would like to? I think that's it then. Is there anybody else? No. I would like to conclude this session and thank Mr. Graham Matenga. Oh, you have more? Oh, my deepest apologies, because I had not seen the hands raised.
Thank you very much, moderator. Yes, there are some few questions, and I think there are quite a number of comments which are very useful. Maybe we can start from the last intervention from Clara, the role of civics. I think that's very important, and it's something that probably needs, follow up and broader conversations, even at country level or regional level. When Lesotho some few months ago, and that conversation about the need for sustained, like long-term civic education, it's happening there. And they are also looking at, initiatives of reviewing the curriculum itself, schools' curriculum, to make sure that, they have a very structured, comprehensive curriculum which focuses on civic education. The question around environmental costs and carbon footprint of AI, it's a bigger question. And I think it challenges us, to even have reflections outside the mandates that we have as election commissions. But also to say these conversations within the broader conversations about democracy and governance and some of these emerging challenges such as climate change. What are the implications on elections and participation? International IDEA has come up with a knowledge product which specifically look at that, and it was launched some few months ago. It provides some interesting experiences around, managing elections, digitalization, and also issues around climate security. So you might want to have a look at that. Tawana asked the question, which is also a question for us all, to say what could be the reason why youth, they show up in good numbers during voter registration, but they don't show up in good numbers as well, or corresponding good numbers for voting. It's a bigger question, and I think contexts also differ, in terms of, like country experiences. And probably, we can hear more from the experts that are in the room and even the commission, from different countries. What are some of the emerging reasons? And the CEO for AC South Africa, for example, he mentioned an issue about, the growing resentment around service delivery. But also, if you notice that the difference between the registration period and the voting is also quite huge in most countries. Hence, the need now for sustained engagement, for sustained voter education to maintain the levels of interest. That's one possible recommendation that I'm putting out there. Chair, ECZ, I think your recommendation about the study, which tries to understand what influences youth participation, which also links to the question that Tawana asked, I think it's an important study to undertake. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know, I might be wrong, but maybe you did that in South Africa, for example. There's a study, I remember that you did a study in South Africa for that. We could also take time to go through that report and also understand, what is emerging in different jurisdictions. I think I've covered most of the questions that have been asked. Let me say, I deliberately put some numbers
so that we have the discussion. And thank you, CEO of South Africa, for then taking us out of this box and share the experiences, because truly there are issues that are beyond the Commission as influence, and we all need to understand that. But what is also important, which we see playing out in quite a number of countries, is to situate elections within the broader conversation on democracy and governance, and understand what are some of the key elements, key issues that then impact on elections and election participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham Matenga. May I now formally and properly thank you for your presentation for this afternoon. Can we give him a round of applause, please? You can stand here.
Okay, afternoon. Whilst they are doing the photo session, I would like to ask for another round of applause for this session. There's quite a number of issues that they raised. And interesting enough, I did raise an issue around why we do not necessarily have the data in most cases on youth participation, and what are some of the challenges that EMBs face in relation to gathering data and segregating it in terms of demographics so that they can design interventions thereof. I found a very interesting paper that was given by the professor. It's Data and Elections in Africa, and can EMBs up their game? And it does speak on item number 4 to 5 challenges of data access in African elections. And I think it does respond to the issue, or the issue that I raised in my question to Graham, the challenges that EMBs face, particularly when it comes to either gathering data, but also the use of data and visualization of data. And thank you so much, Professor, for this. I think it does respond to some of those issues. Now, would like to build consensus. We are EMBs. We are making one suggestion. Either we break for tea, or we continue and we finish the whole program, so that we finish early and we go freshen up and come back for dinner. And I'm going to vote on that, and I'll vote to say we continue. Are there any objections? If there are any objections, we have election dispute resolution mechanisms that are available. We make use of those or go to court. Okay, so we'll continue. I would like to call upon the CEO of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, Mr. Brown Kasoro, to lead us into the next session. Again, we are going to have a slight tweaking around that session, because Samson could not join us online because of issues with technology, unfortunately. But he has been kind enough to record his presentation, and we are hoping to play it in between the first presentation and Fabio's presentation. That way then at least we could have time to get to see or to hear what Mr. Itodo has to offer. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Kasoro to introduce his panel, and then we can proceed thereof. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This morning, we learned from Dr. Sharamo that the forest is on fire. And I have a valid claim that this panel represents the first chameleons to ditch these ancestral practices. Why do I say so? We are the first to have a youth speak. We've been talking about youth, but there have been the other side. But now, for the first time today, we'll have a youth come and share their ideas in terms of the discourse we're having around participation in the electoral process and in democracy at large. So the topic of discussion is ongoing initiatives to promote youth electoral participation in the SADC region. So the first presenter that I would like to invite is Marcus Mederick, the Principal Program Officer from the SNYC. I'll invite you to come. Typical youth, he's grown some feet. All right, could we? So while he's getting his way to the front, the Seychelles National Youth Council was launched in 1998 and focuses with its affiliated partners on youth participation, and these partners include youth organizations, secondary and post-secondary institutions, and civil society organizations. The vision is to be a credible council that empowers the youth to be responsible, self-motivated, and willing to contribute to their own well-being and that of Seychelles. So that's the SNYC as Marcus walks to the front. Maybe let me take advantage and also just invite the second speaker for this session, Fabio Baghiaki, to also come forward and be seated. So as Marcus presents, please come through, please come through. I think with that then, I'll proceed to invite Marcus to make his presentation. I think we'll give you about 10 minutes to speak to the subject. I was just celebrating while you were away that, we are the first to have a youth speak to us in this conference or this seminar. So over to you, Marcus. Thank you.
Okay. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Minister of Youth, Sports and Family, we want to, and on behalf of the CEO of the Seychelles National Youth Council, we want to convey good wishes and all success towards this wonderful conference for this year. Nothing for the youths without the youths. So this is why at this point I want to invite 3 young honorable of the Seychelles National Youth Assembly to join me this afternoon. Could you come? To start off briefly, I just want to give a brief overview of who are we, what do we stand for. We are the Seychelles National Youth Council. We are driven by a strong mission to represent the collective voice of the youths and build the capacity, the leadership, and the influence to deliver better outcomes for the young people. We are dynamically driven by a strong vision, which is a Seychelles where young people in every community are empowered through excellent youth work to realize their potential and actively participate in an inclusive society. SNYC is a council that is covered by the Act. SNYC, like I said, will represent the shared interests of the youth, organizations, and uses our collective expertise to act on issues that impact the young people. So we are highly privileged to be part of this great forum this afternoon. How do we function? As a council, we have various initiatives, programs, and activities that engage and empowers the youth of Seychelles. For example, we have the Youth Tech program that has the mandate to raise and prepare future-ready youths that navigates the cyberspace safely and even benefit and profit from the evolution of technology. We have various other programs, but this afternoon, I will touch on one program specifically, which is the Seychelles National Youth Assembly. Again, we want to extend our appreciation to the Commission for helping us in our last election. The Seychelles National Youth Assembly are elected members from various schools and communities, and for this cohort, we were really privileged to be assisted by the Electoral Commission of Seychelles that eased the process and facilitated it and set a standard for more youth engagement and empowerment on a higher level. So the Seychelles Youth Assembly, of which the Honorable say, please give us platform to speak this afternoon. We are responsible to empower the young people, especially in the area of also politics, to empower the young people to aspire to be influencers in the country and also to do research and gather facts and information towards helping and betterment of other youths. And this is why, for this small exercise that we have carried out, which is part of the heartbeat of the Council, based on the statistics we have seen that 20,198 youths from the age of 18 to 35 are registered as registered voters. And we have seen also that 6,423 young people are eligible to register as voters, and that is from 2021 to 2025. And in this stats, we see that 1,555 of those youths are are successfully registered as first-time voters. This statistic is very important to us because we are interested in empowering every youth in every community, including this community. And the 4,868 that remain, some unfortunately have disease, some are studying abroad, some of them are maybe caught up in social ills that have not yet taken these steps. In line with engaging and empowering our youth towards the election process and procedures, as the Council, in collaboration with the Electoral Commission of Seychelles, we have taken some proactive steps to engage the youths, engage the pulse of our youth concerning the election process. This is why a small forum was conducted that will serve even as a pilot and a benchmark for us to develop other intervention based on that. The main objective was to ensure meaningful youth participation in electoral dialogues with the specific goals, educate young participants in electoral processes, enhance understanding of roles and responsibilities in the election, and develop actionable recommendations for youth engagement. And these actionable recommendations will this afternoon be covered by our young honorables, because this was their voice. They were used as mediums, as vehicles to gather information, to gather resources from various youths in different communities, and they all came together to relay it onto us. Okay. So this small exercise that served as a small baseline for us, we had the representation of the Seychelles National Youth Assembly, and we had also former members that joined the forum, and additionally, as participants, we had secondary school students and other youth-led groups. As the National Youth Council highly engages youth-led groups in various communities, And also we had the participation of professionals from various institutions. So for this exercise, we were really privileged. We were really privileged to have the honor of a wonderful panelists that were well prepared to answer the question of our youths, to influence, to empower and educate our youth. And this great panelist was being spearheaded by the Chief Electoral Officer herself and all other high officers in the Commission. So for this, we want to say thank you again. The methodology that was used to conduct this small exercise was a focus group interactive session. There were presentations that was being conducted, very informative and transformative. I, for one, I heard off record in the corridor, one of our youth said, I was wondering why do we need a CEO for the Electoral Commission? Why all the noise about the Electoral Commission? But then after this session, they said, we need more resources. That was the Electoral Commission. So I think it was a very important and transformative sessions. We had group work also, and in line with technology. For this forum, we had utilized the Slido app, whereby youths on-site and off-site could also contribute by asking their questions so that the panelists could attend to them, of which all of it was successfully attended to. And this is why there were all sorts of questions, of which you can see some here, and all was successfully attended to. So thank you for that. Now, the finding of the forum. I will hand over the mic to our honorables. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon to you all. My name is Sauk Leswa, and like he just said, I'm from the Seychelles National Youth Assembly of the 19th cohort for this year. Yeah, the finding of the forums. The key insights were the youth desires, which were more civic education on electoral rights. Technology can enhance engagement and voter registrations. Media plays a vital role in promoting transparency and awareness. Now for the challenges: limited representation of experienced voters, need for better youth engagement post-elections, and addressing misinformation and hate speech, which we try to avoid. Now for the recommendations, I shall give group 1 to my fellow.
Good afternoon again. I'm Ian Vital. I represent International School Seychelles in the Seychelles National Youth Assembly. And after we went for the session, we had a few recommendations that we would like to give to the Electoral Board. One of the recommendations that we found after discussing with our fellow members were to create like a user-friendly platform so that voters can easily register, which would then end up lowering the boundaries for people to set up as a first-time voter. Another recommendation we found was to create like a literacy program where it teaches like young people about like cybersecurity and digital tools. Another recommendation we found was like creating a target reach program, which we can then find and identify each youth that we want to help so we can find like the youth that are not registered and to help them to then become registered first-time voters and then be able to set up and go and vote for the first time. Thank you. So now I'll hand it over to Group 2.
So before I begin, I'm just gonna read and just like further explain it to you, and so you can know why we put these suggestions forward. So to digitalize the election process. This offers numerous advantages, enhancing efficiency, accessibility, and transparency by transitioning to digital platforms. Election administration can streamline voters registration, reduce manual errors, and expedite vote counting, resulting in faster and more accurate outcomes. It also allows for greater accessibility, enabling a remote or disabled voter to participate more easily, fostering higher vote turnout. Additionally, secure digital systems can enhance transparency through real-time reporting and adult trails, bolstering public confidence in election integrity. While implementing such systems requires careful planning and robust cybersecurity measures, the long-term benefits make the digitalization a forward-thinking for solutions for modern democracies. By leveraging technology that resonates with the habits of youth, online voting allows young voters to cast ballots conveniently from anywhere, potentially increasing turnout by making the process more accessible. Additionally, digital platforms facilitate engagement through media influences and interactive tools, enabling youth to stay informed and express their political views. These innovations can help overcome barriers such as distrust in traditional voting methods and lack of awareness, ultimately fostering a more politically active generation. Now for the second one, engaging media more extensively. By the use of media, political parties shall strengthen their connection with the public, effectively communicate their policies, and influence public opinion. Media serves as a critical bridge between politicians and their constitutions, offering a platform to address concerns, explain decisions, and showcase achievements. By engaging with media proactively, politicians can foster transparency, counter misinformation, and build trust with voters. Moreover, in a rapidly evolving digital landscape, utilizing diverse media channels such as traditional news, outlets, social media, and online forums allow politicians to reach broader and more diverse audiences. Consistent media engagement also enables them to stay relevant in public discourse, respond to emerging issues in real time, and demonstrate accountability, which is vital for maintaining public confidence and support. Lastly, the use of creative methods such as videos, celebrities for voters, and education. Videos, particularly short, engaging formats on platforms like YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, can simplify complex electoral processes and make them more relatable to younger audiences. These platforms are widely consumed by youth and allow for creative storytelling, such as the breaking down of how voting works, the importance of voter registration, or the impact of elections on their lives and issues they care about. Let's not forget, especially, of how it plays a huge role of them as a citizen of their own country. Involving celebrities amplifies this effect by leveraging their influence and popularity to capture attention and inspire action. Youth and voters are more likely to engage with content endorsed by figures they admire, whether it's a music artist, actor, or a social media influencer. Celebrities can share personal stories about why voting matters, participate in campaigns to dispel myths, and call for voter turnout in a language that resonates with young people. When combined, videos and celebrity endorsements create a dynamic and persuasive approach to educating young voters, making the electoral process accessible, appealing, and impactful. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joanna Glai, and I'm a member of the National Youth Assembly. So, upon nearing the end of the session that we had with the Electoral Commission, we summarized it into 4-point way forward. The first one was to organize annual forums to sustain youth engagement. This was to make sure that youth was continuously engaging within such activities done by the electoral committees. Second one was to partner with schools and NGOs for civic education initiatives. As we know, youth nowadays are affiliated with so many NGOs, and such NGOs can bring about so many opportunities to spread out such actions. Third one was to integrate youth recommendation into the Electoral Commission strategies. That way we can also have not only the opinions of those that has come before us, but also the ones that will come after. Last of all was to monitor and evaluate the impact of recommendations implemented. That means to see if all recommendations and all suggestions given by the youth and with collaboration of those that was here before us are working with cooperation. So this is the end of our slide. So yes.
Thank you, honorables. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Seychelles National Youth Council. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure I'm forgiven for giving them a little more extra time, given that this whole seminar is about youth. They deserve their time. Another round of applause for the Seychelles Electoral Commission, demonstrating that they are actively taking initiative to promote youth electoral participation. Yeah. Our next speaker for this panel is Fabio Bagliacchi, the founder and executive director for the European Center for Electoral Assistance, or ECAS. He will be making this presentation together with the chairperson for the Electoral Commission, Mauritius, really speaking to a book that has been published on collaborative electoral experiences of EMBs, speaking to digitalization of elections. So I'll invite Fabio to come through and make that presentation before we invite comments over this section. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Casaro, and thanks again to the Electoral Commission of Seychelles, to the Electoral Commission Forum of the SADC countries, and as well to International IDEA for the invitation. I'm all the time happy to come in my favorite region of Africa, also because I've been living and working several years between Mozambique and Tanzania. I work in almost all the countries but Seychelles, so therefore I'm happy to visit for the first time these fantastic countries. So as Mr. Casaro has indicated, we are here to present a book that we have published in the context of a regional project that we do have here when it comes to contribute to governance, peace and stability in the region. So when it comes to a case, how you move this slide? How with this one? When it comes to a case, it is, for those that do not know us yet, it is a not-for-profit foundation established in Belgium with the global remit, and had taken the initiative to establish it back in 2010 together with the late Abbot Apollinaire Malumalu, which was the former president of the Electoral Commission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and also, I think, once chairman of the Electoral Commission Forum of the SADC. We had the possibility since 2010 to work in more than 50 countries, mostly in Africa and the Middle East, and mostly funded by the European Union and the European Union member states. Also because we have established ourselves with the clear objective in mind to facilitate the electoral cooperation between the European Union member states, and the partner countries of the European Union and the EU member states that are requesting electoral support. So in all these years, we've been working with the different electoral management bodies, but not only, also with other electoral stakeholders, including civil society, security forces, media actors, and as well electoral justice institutions when it comes to electoral dispute resolution, formal and informal. We try to work as much as we can in the context of peer learning peer capacity development and exchanges of comparative experience. As I was saying here, we are implementing a project funded by France for 4 years, I think, where our headquarters is in Mauritius Island, and we are here to try to contribute to all the activity that the Indian Ocean community, so therefore in relation to the 4 countries that are part of the Indian Ocean community, Mauritius, Seychelles, Comoros, and Madagascar, when it comes to governance, peace, and stability. When it comes to the partnerships and collaboration, very briefly, we have major activities that we are carrying out, especially with the African Union, following a memorandum of understanding that we have signed with Commissioner Bankole for political affairs, peace and security, when it comes to contributing to the electoral integrity, preventing electoral conflicts, and enhancement or increase of the role of women in the electoral processes together with youth and disadvantaged groups. In the context of the subject of the conference today, I can say that with the African Union, we have worked extensively in the last 2 years, including with quite a lot of members of the African Union and also the SADC, the member of countries, when it comes to the preparation of a school curriculum to disseminate the principle of the African Charter for Democracy, Good Governance and Elections. So these days, the module is being tested for the final stages, and then in principle, all the countries that would want could adopt this kind of curriculum for their own school. We are, of course, working, and we have signed an MOU with the SADC Electoral Commission Forum, and we are working extensively with Association of African Electoral Authorities. Talking about the collaboration we had with the SADC Electoral Commission Forum, I would like to underline that has discussed with the Secretariat of the ECF SADC, we still have the possibility, as some of you have done in the past, to receive names and candidates when it comes to the online master on electoral policy and administrations that is implemented and delivered by the University of Sant'Anna in Pisa, together with the International IDEA and the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. It is not actually these slides, but I would like to underline that we do have still a possibility, as discussed with Hilda, so therefore, if some of your EMBs would like to submit names for modules or for the entire master, there are possibility, and there are also further possibility because the Italian government has provided another funding when it comes to a project called She Votes, which is scholarship dedicated to women representative of electoral management bodies that would want to follow up the master or some of the 23 modules that comprise the master on electoral policy administration, which I underline, it is online master that is specifically prepare for the needs of electoral administrators that obviously have not a lot of time to do face-to-face master. So when it comes to the project we are implementing here with the Indian Ocean community, literally is to work with the IOC on governance, peace and stability, obviously respecting the sovereignty of states and the principle of subsidiarity. The project has several components, but the components that is interesting to us is the one that support the implementation of and contribution to credible, transparent, peaceful, and inclusive elections. And among the activities that we have done, first of all, is the creation of a dedicated specific network of the electoral management bodies of the Indian Ocean community, so therefore Seychelles, Comoros, Madagascar, and Mauritius, and the comparative studies on election management bodies in the Indian Ocean. So just to try to underline what are the electoral practices and the differences or similarities in these 4 countries that are also part of the SADC. So we have done several activities like regional conferences when it comes to the best practice on electoral matters. We have done quite a lot of regional training on leadership and conflict management skills for electoral stakeholders, which is actually a mocking and a recreation in vitro of what are the potential triggers on electoral matters in those countries. And then, of course, we have done a meeting of the different president of the electoral network of IOC. Since we don't have a lot of time, I would like now with the permission of Mr. Casaro, to invite the head of Electoral Commission of Mauritius, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the long-lasting president of EMBs.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much once again. And it's yet another North-South presentation to you all. And I'll pick up from where Fabio left. In fact, it was a dream of les îles Vanille, the Vanilla Islands as we call them, consisting of Réunion, Madagascar, Comoros and Mauritius, to have a small network of Indian Ocean electoral commissions of EMBs from the Indian Ocean. Why was this? Because despite the fact that Seychelles and Mauritius are part of the ECF SADC, unfortunately, and it is a matter of deep regret, that our two other sister states, namely Comoros and Madagascar, are not yet members of the ECF SADC as electoral commissions, as EMBs, but we decided that it was a good thing to try and do a network of EMBs of the Indian Ocean, because we are all a small island, we call them ourselves small island states, and we have specificities and issues in common that could not be dealt with probably in a grander forum, in a bigger forum. So this was the idea that was germinating for quite some time, and finally we got the funding from l'Agence Française de Développement, the French Development Agency, and ECES has been our partner since, and it has been established in 2022 with the Indian Ocean Electoral Network, the REWA, and following a coup d'etat in the Seychelles in October 2022, I was appointed as president ad interim of this network. I wasn't elected, I was appointed. But I think we made some progress since then. We have had meetings, we've had conferences, and especially sharing best practices in the region. And as we know, Réunion and Comoros and Madagascar are French-speaking countries, and Seychelles and Mauritius are bilingual countries. We speak both French and English. So we try and work out together our best practices and share best practices. And we had elections in Madagascar that were well run, I must say. We're having a very important event in the Comoros early next year. And hopefully, again, the network of Indian Ocean EMBs will try to be part of that process in the Comoros, so that our objective will be achieved by trying to deliver transparent and credible elections in this sub-region of the SADC. As I said, this is our 4 countries, Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, and the Seychelles. And it was, as I said earlier again, it was set up in Mahe, with my declaration in October 22, when I was appointed as the first president of the network. The mission of the network is to promote, very briefly, promote and maintain the independence of EMBs, to promote electoral integrity and justice. I think it's the same objectives as the ECF SADC and other regional international organizations. But the interesting thing is that we had a comparative study. I think I want to come to that. Here we are, the comparative study of election management bodies. And this has been done with the help of 2 experts from Canada and the Comoros, Aboubakar Abdou Moussa and David Lenôtre, and they worked under the supervision of Gorka Gamara, who is our project expert, and Eva Palmans, again, our project manager. This comparative study dealt mainly with a legal framework for elections, the appointment and membership of EMBs, the role and mandate of EMBs in the 4 island states, our budgetary framework, the type of elections we conduct, electoral tribunals, the role and the mandate, and other institutions with a constitutional mandate during the election process. So this was done, and it was very telling. It was an eye-opener in many ways to see the markedly different legal traditions between the civil law and the common law, the states of the Southwest Indian Ocean, so tendencies which harmonized can guide to the elaboration of norms and standards. We have a civil law in Madagascar and Comoros, and part of it in Mauritius, and the common law in the Seychelles, and again partly in Mauritius, where we have a hybrid system of the common and the civil law. And we have realized that Mauritius and the Seychelles, being from the Anglophone countries in the region and having the Westminster system of government, have extremely elaborate constitutions regarding the role and composition of the EMBs. In fact, our composition, our creation, is stemmed from the constitution itself. In Madagascar, it's slightly different. It's not from the constitution of Madagascar, but from the simple law. And again, in the Comoros, it's the same thing. However, all the EMBs in the region are legally independent of government, not financially. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. And we have different EMB structure for the Comoros, for the Seychelles, and for Mauritius and Madagascar. It is there. We can share this slide with you if you are interested. It's a very technical and very detailed slide. In Mauritius, we have two commissions, my commission, myself, my office, and then we have this part-time commission, the supervisory commission. And for myself, I'm appointed for life, unfortunately. So I've got no parole, and I'm there for life until I die or until I'm thrown out by the people, I suppose. Yes. So I've been doing this for the last 27 years now, unfortunately, and I think it's time to call it a day. Yeah. And in the Seychelles, the chairman is appointed. For a period, we have 6 members, and the term of office is 7 years, which is very interesting. Again, why 7 years? Because of the electoral cycle. This is why we have 7 years in the Seychelles. But then the law, the constitution is not very clear about the number of renewals authorized by law. However, for the Comoros, it's the term of office is for 1 year and renewable. Again, this is not very nice in terms of security of tenure of the commissioners of the Electoral Commission. And what is again very important and very interesting, that in some EMBs in the region, we include political parties directly in the appointment process, while others prefer non-political players like Mauritius and the Seychelles. The case of Madagascar is interesting because it institutionalizes the role of political parties, and they are appointed directly on the EMB by different political parties. This is a very new system in the region. Electoral disputes in Mauritius are dealt with by the Supreme Court, which acts as the electoral tribunal after an election. But in the same thing in Madagascar, we have a constitutional court, and also in the Seychelles, where we have the Supreme Court of the Seychelles that deals just like in Mauritius. So again, you can see the French-English divide in terms of the composition, in terms of electoral disputes, in terms of all the other modalities regarding the appointment of members of the Commission. So this has been a very handy comparative study conducted by the organization here with the help of our 2 experts. And we're going to go further in the new year and try and have more sharing of best practices in the region, so that we also have in mind the elections in the Comoros early in the new year and the Seychelles next September. So this is what we are in a nutshell, the small island states of the Indian Ocean with our own local network now that have been established in 2023. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
I'm a CEO of an EMB, so when your chairperson is speaking, it's very difficult to interrupt and say your time is up. Well, another round of applause for Ekes and the chairman from Mauritius for that lovely presentation. We'll break, we'll get straight into the interventions. So I think once again, show of hands. Mics will be going around, then we will invite you to speak. there's a hand. Yeah, that's Tanzania, Commissioner from Tanzania.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm curious why Zanzibar is an island and it is in the Indian Ocean. Why it is not included in the commission?
Thank you, Commissioner. We will. Any other hand before that one is addressed? All right, I think before. Okay, there's a hand on our left. Yeah, at the far left there, if we can get a mic. Yeah, yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Barry Norris. I'm the Secretary General of a newly formed political party here in the Seychelles, Movement of Silva, or MLS for short. My question is for the SNYC. It's been pointed out by the youth members of the Youth National Assembly that there are a couple of recommendations that has been raised, and it's mainly targeting towards the Electoral Commission. But when I look at the various recommendations put forward, I get the feeling that it's not only the role of the Commission to actually help to realize those recommendations and hope and dream of this younger generation. I think it's also the responsibility of political parties to play that more active role in facilitating or empowering the young people to get involved in politics or in anything to do with civic duty. So would you consider sharing those recommendations not only with whenever you have those forums, not only just share it with the Electoral Commission, but also with the partner of the Electoral Commission, with the main partner, which is the political party, and that probably will help to have better engagement, and maybe the SNYC should not feel restricted in any way to find it necessary for them to engage with political party, because at the end of the day, we, the players who are in the field, we are the ones who will be elected as leaders of the country. Eventually, that interaction will have to be with them. So one way or another, our path will cross. So it will be good for at a very early stage that when you have such forum, please find it necessary to engage those political party. And for the information of the young colleague here, when I was looking at your recommendation, I was like, it looks like you've looked into our program, because like 3 of your recommendations are like pillars of our program for promoting and engaging youth in the affairs of politics and governance. So we're on the same path, we're on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other intervention? All right, at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is
Speaker, thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation that we've heard this afternoon. And obviously, for all politicians, youth engagement and their participation in the political process globally is a concern. We see that this is declining, even in countries where the majority of the voting population are young people. And this morning, when I met with the chairperson of all the commissions, Namibia spoke about youth ambassador to engage young people in this process. And I think this is an idea that not only Seychelles, but all countries present can borrow from. But I've been sitting here and thinking, okay, how do we get young people to engage? Obviously, digitalization of the process, as SNYC has shown, can be a driving factor. But I've been thinking, okay, what can we do more than that? Compulsory or mandatory voting. If what I've been reading is correctly, I think in Africa, there's only Egypt and DRC. Can somebody from DRC confirm if they have compulsory voting? But they say that there's around 20 countries in the world that has compulsory voting. And of course, there's a lot of literature about the pros and cons, but then we don't have to worry. We don't have to spend that much money getting young people out there to participate, to engage in the process. It's just something that, like you have to pay your tax, you have to vote. We're not forcing you to choose a candidate. You can still leave your ballot paper blank. It's a statement, but at least you get out. You have to get out to vote. So particularly, I would be interested to hear what SNYC has to say if we were to lobby for compulsory voting in Seychelles. Do you think young people will like that, or they will hate me for proposing such an idea? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Any other hand before I invite the panel to address itself to those interventions? Looks like there is none. I'll now invite the panel to address itself to the questions and comments. Probably we could start with the far end with SNYC.
Okay, good afternoon again. Maybe I'll start with the second one. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for this guidance on this matter. As a messenger, I will convey this message forward. And nothing for the youths without the youths. Of course, as a council, we have to consider and also amplify the voices of our youths. So I think this is a very important direction that we will have to table it forward and see what's the best feasible modality for it, and hearing from our youths and creating the right culture and atmosphere for the youths to execute their roles and responsibilities. I think I will take it as my due diligence to convey this forward and get the views of the youths on this matter. Thank you. And the second point to Mr. Barry. Thank you for raising this point. Indeed, as a council, we are open as mandated to work with different youth groups and communities. And irrespective if it's a political party, if there is youths, we have one role or another to play in the area of empowering and engaging the youths. Because as a council, we stand for holistically empowering the youths and enhance their well-being. So for sure, these informations are available, and there's a small procedure whereby you can come forward with your party and you can register as an affiliated member with the council and fill up some formalities, and from there you will not be left out of the loop of any vital information pertaining to the youths. Thank you.
Chairperson, why not Zanzibar?
Yes. Sorry, we start again. My brother from Tanzania. We all have the expression, small is beautiful. So we started very small, but more seriously, I think the network was created through the special purpose vehicle, which is the Indian Ocean Commission. And the Indian Ocean Commission consists of four countries, and Réunion, which represents France. And I've been informed that Zanzibar is not part of the IOC as of today. But if there is any need to consider the membership of Zanzibar as a small island state to join this network, we'll of course consider it, but we'll have to go for a special purpose vehicle, which is the IOC based in Mauritius. Thank you very much for that. Want to add something?
Thank you. One more. Yes.
Yeah, maybe just a reflection as concerning the compulsory vote. Indeed, you have several countries in the world. Two of those are Belgium, where EKS has his own quarter, and Brazil, where we've been working extensively. And one important aspect to be underlined is that even though the vote is compulsory in those countries. It's indeed a duty, not only a right, but this does not entail that people are obliged to go to vote or forced to go to vote. You still have the choice not to go, to present a justification. Let's say you will receive a symbolic administrative fine, and you will lose after 2 times, at least in Brazil, the right to vote. So if you want to reacquire the right to vote, you have to follow the specific procedures proactively in order to be re-registered as eligible voter. So this does not mean that you have a compulsory voting, you have 100% of participation, because there are still, of course, open possibility for people to choose not to go to vote. That is a reflection.
Thank you so much. I think I get the sense that those were the last interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just sum up the panel discussion this afternoon that was focusing on ongoing initiatives to promote youth participation. And you will agree with me that not only through this panel, but throughout the conversations today in this seminar, we've learned that on their part, electoral management bodies are doing their best to promote youth participation. These initiatives range from civic education via, for example, the case study that we have here of SNYC, and I think in other jurisdictions you have integration of electoral content into school curriculum, and establishment of voter education clubs, to technology, online registration in one form or another, social media platforms. And I think the majority of the EMBs here focus on engaging youth as poll workers, as part of enhancing that participation. We also have learned that EMBs are adding their voice to legal reforms so that initiatives such as quotas for youth can be integrated into their respective electoral systems. So once again, thank you so much to my panelists. Let's give them a round of applause as we stand down. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind attention, and I think this panel deserves another round of applause. Yes. We are supposed to continue with the next session, but the guy who, the opposition party who voted that we should stay is out of the hall right now, and that gives us an opportunity to boycott his decision. So here he is. So we will have reflections and key takeaway right now from Tawana, and thereafter we will proceed with the next item from Flory. While waiting, we sincerely apologize that our colleague Samson sent in the video, and we are still having problems downloading it. In the course of this, if maybe before we finish today, if it's still up, if we succeed in downloading it, we'll have to play it. Please. It's just 7 minutes. It's not much. Thank you so much.
Pick it.
Nope, it's not.
It's not picking.
Nope.
Try another. Okay, maybe refresh it.
Nope, it's not working.
You can take that one out. Okay, let me do it. What's your section? Let's try it. Try again. Last time. See if it refuses, then I can do it. Afternoon. Remember, we are in Seychelles. We're supposed to be happy. I'd prepared a very nice presentation. You know, as a consultant, you need to do nice presentation. There are potential clients here. But technology has refused, so I'll read out some of the key reflections and takeaways from the sessions that we have had since morning. It has been a very rich discussion, and I think there were a couple of issues that came out from these discussions that we can take away from this session, but more importantly, in terms of how we can leverage on those reflections and takeaways to ensure our own programming ensures electoral integrity as we go back to our respective countries and more or less pick up on this. This is not the end of this session. A policy document is going to be developed from this seminar, which would also provide a resource that EMBs can use around programming, specifically when it comes to youth and digitization in electoral processes. So just to capture, I might not have captured most of your interventions, but I tried as much as possible to pick out key issues that we think we can reflect on. And I think the starting point from the discussions was that an acknowledgement that AI is growing in influence in electoral processes. And the expectation that AIs will play an increasingly significant role in democratic processes, particularly in elections going forward from this year and even before. And this will bring both opportunities and challenges for electoral integrity. And I think that was highlighted quite a lot in terms of ensuring where do we leverage on the opportunities that AIs provide in electoral process itself. We also noted from the discussion the transformation of electoral processes using digitalization. And it was noted that digitalization is having transformative impact on how elections are conducted in the region, with AI potentially enhancing electoral integrity when used appropriately. And I think this was very underlined in most of this discussion. But also the issues around evolving social media landscape. The legacy of social media platforms are becoming less transparent. It was noted in discussions, making it very difficult to understand platform changes. Meanwhile, new platforms are being federated and protocols are emerging, which may integrate with the existing platforms to enhance how we reach out to our stakeholders, particularly with the use of social media, but are alive to the dangers that are coming out as a result of mis and disinformation, as well as deepfakes in electoral processes to a large extent. There was also a growing concern around government manipulation, and I think we've got a very good example. I don't know whether it's good, but an example from Mauritius. There is concerning trend of government using sophisticated techniques to throttle or remove internet access during political crises, and this potentially impact youth participation as well as access to information in electoral processes. And I think one of the things that we also noted is that youth are more and more occupying the technological space, and this is where they're getting their information mostly from those platforms. And this is also influenced some of the activism that youth are engaged in. Then we also got from the discussion youth engagement trends. There was an acknowledgement that there's a shift. There is a shift towards youth participating in non-traditional political structures, preferring activism and direct action over conventional voting, and this was highly highlighted in the discussions. Movements like Fees Must Fall in South Africa, Shut It Down in Namibia demonstrate this trend. So youth are now occupying a different space from which we were used to, and how do we leverage on that and also occupy that space so that at least we can get youth to participate in electoral processes, particularly in voting. Then issues of the digital divide were also highlighted. While internet penetration is improving in Southern Africa, with countries such as South Africa and Botswana leading, there's still need for growth in other countries to ensure access and participation. And this is a broader discussion that not necessarily sits with EMBs, but also within the bigger governmental sectors in our own countries as it were. Then the issues around cyber security challenges. As digitization increases, election management bodies, EMBs, face growing cyber security threats. There's need for collaboration between EMBs and technology companies to develop standardized approaches to these challenges. Then there are also the AI biases and risks. They are concerned about systematic biases in AI, including language, gender, and racial biases. It's also crucial to use diverse data sets and implement ethical guidelines to mitigate these risks in electoral process. I'll speak to recommendations that specifically speak to this as I conclude. Then the importance of civic education, and I think Graham touched on that to a large extent. There's recognition that there's need for sustained and not just voter education, sustained issue-based voter education and engagement, particularly for the youth, to foster understanding of their role as citizens and encourage participation in democratic processes. My colleague and from Namibia, I think he raised those issues in the plenary, and I think in a side discussion that we have. How do we start getting youth to engage in political process? How do we start getting them interested? What gadgets are we using? What instruments are we using? What vehicles are we using? So we occupy the spaces where we are, take it where they are. Then the environmental considerations, and I think our young people here raise a very critical issue, and I think it's an issue that at times we don't really touch on, particularly when we are designing programs around EMB interventions in electoral processes. They also spoke to environmental considerations. As AI and digital technologies become prevalent in elections, there's growing concern about their environmental impact and carbon footprint, which needs to be addressed. What interventions are we putting in as EMBs? What mitigating interventions are we designing that also reduces our carbon footprint to a large extent? These are the key takeaways, and these takeaways, they do highlight the complex interplay between youth, digitization, and democratic processes, but also emphasizing the need for careful consideration of both opportunities and challenges in this rapidly evolving environment and landscape that we are operating. So these are the key takeaways that we took from this. If I've left out, I think we can be able to include them in discussions. I would also share our details so that you can send them to us. But there are recommendations that arose from these discussions, and I think there are several of them that we captured. The first one being the need to develop a comprehensive AI strategy. Election management bodies should create a playbook and strategy to address both risks and opportunity presented by AI in electoral processes. I think we have actually been informed the AU has already developed guidelines that can be adopted at local level, at national level, but also at regional levels, with bodies such as ECF also adopting guidelines that guide EMBs in their interactions with artificial intelligence tools in electoral processes. There is also a need to enhance cybersecurity collaboration. And I think there was a direct proposal coming in also from IFES. The need to implement cyber information resilience in elections, maybe create a network in the Southern African region. And this network would bring together EMBs and technology companies to develop standardized approaches to cybersecurity challenges. And I think it's an offer that we can take, particularly highlighting the issues and the challenges that we have observed, particularly around cybersecurity. Then prioritizing youth engagement, the need to design initiatives that appeal to youth preference for activism and direct action. We noted they are not responding, they are not coming to the spaces, they are not coming to vote. How do we respond to that? And this could include digital platforms that allow for more interactive and immediate forms of political participation. I was talking to my chairperson, Judge Kumba, during the break, and she was highlighting the need for innovation around voter education. What are the tools that are available? How can we leverage on these tools so that we can reach out as much as the wider audience as possible, particularly those hard to reach constituencies such as the youth. Then the need to improve digital literacy, implement long-term civic education programs that focus on digital literacy, helping youth to understand their role as citizens in the digital age and how to navigate online political spaces. I think the Electoral Commission of Zambia has actually got a very interesting model. I think they have a civic center, engagement center that they've actually established that is driven by technology, and young people come in to interact at that level. And it also has encouraged quite a lot in terms of youth participation in Zambia. Then there are instances of enhancement of transparency, develop a code of conduct for political parties, and I think that's something that came out. and AI vendors. We heard of, is it Snake oil salesman? Yeah, yes. So how do we leverage on that AI vendors to ensure transparency and ethical use of AI in political campaigns and electoral processes? How do we combat disinformation, the engagement with tech companies to monitor and label AI-based disinformation, develop strategy to quickly identify and counter false information spread through digital channels, especially that is targeting the youth that are more impressioned by these digital tools. How do we also increase promotion of digitalization? The recommendation there is that there's need to work towards improving internet penetration rates across all countries in the region to ensure equal access and participation in digital political spaces. And I think this is also beyond EMBs, but also goes with the broader national issues in terms of ensuring availability of internet access. And I think there was a very interesting discussion around whether internet access is now a human rights issue, as it provides access to information. And as such, I think that discussion should start being occupying the spaces of access to information. Then there were also the issues the young people raised, environmental consideration, assess, and I think this is also coming into the ECF, assess and address the environmental impact of increased AI and digital technologies used in electoral process as a recommendation, and picking up from the discussion that the issues that the young people were raising. Then gender-sensitive approach. I think the recommendation that we got from there is to develop normative frameworks and policies to address AI-facilitated gender-based violence and disinformation that disproportionately affects women in politics. And I think it came out from the discussion from UN Women. Then multi-stakeholder collaboration. There's need for organizations such as ECF and EMBs to foster partnerships between EMBs, technological companies, civil society organizations, youth groups to develop comprehensive solutions for digital challenges in elections. And lastly, the need to adopt policies, the need to create flexible policies that keep pace with rapidly evolving digital technologies and emerging platforms. We are living in a world where things can change. Last year, we were just talking about ChatGPT as it is emerging. It is now becoming a thing in electoral processes. How do we leverage on that to ensure that we remain a step ahead? And what are the policies that we can put in place to ensure that these technologies are adequately used for ensuring electoral integrity? So these recommendations, they also aim to harness the potential of digitalization while it also try to mitigate some of the risks, and with a very strong focus on youth engagement and integrity of democracy in the digital age. So these are the key takeaways that we took from the discussions, and these are the recommendations that we took out of the discussions since morning. If we left out any, please do engage, and we can try to add them to the list. But we can tell you that I think within the coming few weeks, there's going to be a policy document that is going to come out from the discussions, and I think would also capture some of the issues that we might have left out. This stage, I yield back to the chair of the discussion, unless there are any interventions coming from the floor relating to the reflections and the key takeaways. Nothing? Going once, twice, and thrice gone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mwaisa. Another round of applause to all panelists from this morning to the afternoon. Now help me welcome Mrs. Manuela Ansbury, the Chief Electoral Officer of the Electoral Commission Seychelles, for the closing remarks.
Honored guests, esteemed delegates, and distinguished colleagues, I wish to rely on protocol that has been already established. As we draw the curtain on the 26th Annual General Conference, it is my great pleasure to extend heartfelt gratitude to every one of you for your valuable contribution throughout this event. It has been an incredible experience, filled with insightful discussions and thought-provoking ideas. I trust that, like me, you have found the conference and seminar sessions to be both enlightening and enriching. We know that 2024 has been the year with a significant number of elections held worldwide. In September 2025, Seychelles will be holding both the presidential and legislative elections. And I feel that both the conference and seminar will fruitfully aid us with our preparation. There is so much to take away from the discussions, particularly when it comes to the ways we can encourage and enhance youth engagement in the electoral process. It is clear that whilst we have made strides, there is still much more to be done. And I am confident that the ideas shared here will serve as a guiding light for future initiatives across the SADC region. This room today is occupied by guardians of democracy, and the Electoral Commission of Seychelles is honored to have hosted such an assembly. May insights and knowledge gained through this event equip us all with additional tools that will contribute towards this noble mission that we are engaged in. Digitalization, youth, and elections are the key words of the theme for the 26th AGC, and they represent progress, continuity, and stability. Another major step towards ensuring intergenerational equity. This seminar has indeed shown that we are on the right track. I would like to thank all of you for your participation and for making this conference such a success. Your presence, contribution, and engagement have been truly appreciated. For the experts, resource persons of various international bodies, members of the Seychelles National Youth Council, and the Seychelles National Youth Assembly, thank you. The press, media, and toolbox, thank you for being present and facilitating access. Interpreters, your service has been much appreciated. For the ECF SADC team, the preparation process has been quite intense, but we are here today, so thank you. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to the organizing team of the Electoral Commission, which is in fact the whole secretariat of the Electoral Commission, given that we are a small team. Your tireless efforts and unwavering commitment have played a pivotal role in the preparation and success of this conference. Without your hard work, this event would not have been possible. As we wrap up, I would like to invite the international delegates and former commissioners to join us at the official dinner later this evening to enjoy a delightful array of Creole delicacies. It will also be a wonderful opportunity to reflect on our discussions and continue to build connections with one another. Once again, thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
Thank you, CEO. It has truly been a pleasure to have been part of this important event. Before we end, I have a few housekeeping announcements. The last one. So, EMBs are requested to remain to come back to the conference room for a short meeting after the session. You may proceed for tea break for 15 minutes and to come back. As mentioned by the CEO, the official dinner is to be attended by international delegates, and pickup from all hotels are at 7:30 p.m. sharp. For tomorrow, in the networking event, pickup are as follows. Berjaya and Coral Strand pickup by Angel Transfers at 8:45 a.m. and Eden Blue pickup by Angel Transfers at 8:45 a.m. These are for delegates who's going for the Sea networking event. For the land networking event, pickup at all hotels at 7:30 a.m. by the Creole Travel Services. To confirm groups attending the Sea networking event, kindly note that all delegates from Zimbabwe, Angola, South Africa, Mauritius, Tanzania, Eswatini, the ECF Secretariat, DRC, resource person Vera and Tuana, and 2 commissioners from Namibia, you will be going for the Sea networking event. As for the land, delegates from Botswana, Lesotho, Zambia, Mozambique, Malawi, Ushi from Namibia, and the rest of resource persons, you'll be proceeding to the land networking events tomorrow. I wish you all I wish you all good networking tomorrow and safe return home. Have a pleasant evening, and thank you all for coming. Thank you.